like to feed us information about your team and your kids in the the live chat on YouTube. Look for HereNow Sports there. And we actually are starting to see in this third heat, we have in lane 2, Alexa Miller from Florida. Lane
Okay.
3,
Yep.
Margaret Kelly from Purdue. Lane 4, Kaylee Dubois from Tennessee. Lane 5, Indigo Brooks Weiss from uh, Virginia Tech. And Melanie, so your daughter's out there doing her work. And Molly Slupik from Colorado State in lane 6.
And I believe that's camera is on Alexa Miller right now, and I think she's up on the field in a closer heat than the first two were. But I remember her rowing from last year, and she was one of the higher ranked scullers at this event. So we're happy to see that she's back and moving well.
And we see the orange of Florida, and right behind her, I'm thinking is probably Indigo. It might be Molly Slupik. No, yeah, no, that would be Molly Slupik, I think,
Yes,
from
out of
Colorado
Colorado State.
State. And there's some overlap there between the two of them. You can't see it right now in the photo, but Molly is pushing back up into Alexa there. A nice little race. The progression here. We will check to see what the progression is, and it should be the top two go automatically to a semifinal, um, and then the next four fastest times from all the heats will go. So they've cast a fairly broad net on the next fastest times to go,
Right.
because this is not seeded. Again, just saying welcome to the ACRA National Championships from Oak Ridge, Tennessee. This is Charlie Sullivan,
And Eddie Moog.
and we will be glad that we've gotten the feed up so that you can see what's going on. And uh, we're here in the third heat of the women's single of 4, and then there will be 5 heats of the men's single. Eddie, just talking about sort of the role that the single has been able to play for some ACRA programs.
Well, it's great. So we have some of the newer programs or programs with more of a small boat focus. This is something that they can really excel in the first heat. We saw University of Cincinnati move through at a pretty high clip, winning their heat. Wake Forest in second, Lafayette in third. Knowing that Lafayette has done really well in the 4 in the pair in past years. I believe this is my first year seeing Wake Forest, so excited to learn more about their program. Or in the case of Virginia Tech, it's a situation where it gets all of the athletes on your roster the ability to come here and race, right? You
Yeah.
invest so much in the team, especially as a student athlete at the club level where you have a lot of role in the direction of the program, and coaches and teammates really want to make sure that everyone who puts in that year of work gets a race out of this weekend and doesn't just miss because they missed a seat race or because we don't have enough athletes on the roster. So you're going to see a really wide spread of teams who this might be their number 1 person on the roster. It might be number 40, but either way, it's going to be good racing.
Yeah, and you have some places in the second heat. We had Tegan Pirtle from Michigan State,
Yes.
which is mostly, as are actually many of the club programs here, mostly a men's program, because they're at schools like Michigan State, like
Tennessee.
Virginia, like Tennessee, where the women's programs in the university are varsity and funded, um, and uh, and so the club program tends to be mostly a men's program, but you have an occasional woman who is sculling there. So Virginia over the years has had a number of women scullers who've done
Right.
quite
I think
well.
we're going to see them in the
Yeah.
doubles since we don't see them here in the morning. And yeah, and we've had Tennessee, we've had again Michigan State, we've had who was the other one that came up on my radar? Florida, where the culture of rowing is really expanding, if not in the last 10 years, in the current uh, century. Um, where it's spread out, where there's varsity rowing, there's club rowing, there might even be recreational rowing on campus, but it's a sport that isn't just in the back corner of some people's minds. It's
Yeah.
really becoming a bigger part of school cultures.
There you go. So, Melanie, Indigo Brooks Weiss, your daughter, Um, able to have a nice fourth place finish there for
Fantastic.
as Melanie was letting us know on the Here Now site um, on YouTube that her daughter raced an 8 all year. They were planning to bring a 4 to ACRA. There was an injury and no sub, so here she is in a single. And it's been quite an experience, says Melody, but a great race from her, and she'll move forward. Um,
As we come into the last heat of the morning for women's singles, it's a pretty wide lane open on the field. I believe this is going to be Liliana Mastro Totoro out of Clarkson, another program that really specializes in their sculling in the single, the double on the men's and women's side out of Potsdam, New York. We're also going to see Ayo Itzo out of Wichita State, Sophia Whitman from Northwestern State. On the other side of Liliana will be Sophie Malloy out of Penn State and Elizabeth Wing out of Vanderbilt, another H program.
Vanderbilt, a very strong women's program. They've won the women's 8 now for a couple of years, and the national women's champions as a program, a big program. But here's a woman who's finding her space in the single, which is just great. So you'll notice if you've been a fan of this regatta that we are using heats this morning, and for the past couple of years, we've had time trials, which have sort of become all the rage, particularly in the junior major regattas for the regionals to try and get to either the Scholastic or the U.S. Rowing Nationals. And ACRA had been using them, but the coaches did some thinking, and Greg Hartsuff, who is the Michigan head coach, will be joining us a little bit to explain the thinking that's gone into going back to heats, which is fascinating. One of the things that we'll sort of point out to you if you're looking for this is that they can't really seed the single, but they can sort the single. So it's not that they say this person is number 1 and that person is number 2, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they are able to see some results sometimes that give them an indication of whether someone would be an A crew or a B crew or a C crew, and they try and spread those out through the heats. And then they also pay attention to regionality, so that you don't have, say, 3 rowers or 3 boats from Southern California who've been racing each other since February showing up at the Nationals and having to race each other in the heat. So it's not a strict seed. It's not a random draw. There is some intentionality, but it's also somewhat random in who sees who in what heat. And there's also in the progressions a very generous next 4 fastest times sort of progression, so that if you have a heat with 4 really good boats in it and 2 are moving forward automatically on the place, one can, the others can go through on time.
Yeah, well, I think gives a lot of respect to the athletes in the small boats, the 4 Cox 4, straight 4 quad, single double, where you're really coming here, and even if you are in a really widespread heat like we see this morning, you still have a lot of purpose to race full out to make sure that you're able to squeeze through into the best final that you can handle, and it's not kind of cut and dry for you. This actually might be Sophia Whitman out of Northwestern State who's in the lead here. If I take a little bit closer
really
look at
nice
that blade.
entry with the blades, very, very efficient. Blade,
and I think efficient's the best way to describe all of the single scullers we've seen leading their heat so far this morning. Entry's really nice. The water is a very simple surface right now. It's not allowed to work through, but they're just laying the legs down and hanging on it, not trying to do too much excessive work in the rate. I think once they see each other side by side later this weekend, they're going to have to take their game plan and adapt it to what makes sure they get their bow ball ahead. But right now, this looks like the most pure version of their race plan.
And we will be able to see some times a little bit later to sort of have some sense of where the relative speed is. But at the same time, you'll keep in mind that when you're 100 meters out in front of the course, you're maybe not laying down your best speed. You don't have to be. That will come later.
Sure, but it's not like other regattas where you have this lead and then you shut down because you don't know who you're going up against.
If you're not in the top 2 here and you don't know you're moving forward, you're going to have to go out
You're going to have
full
to
out
go full, and you're
to
going to see this with the third and fourth place crews right now. In the single scull, it's a lot easier to have open water on one another,
yeah.
and yet it still be a very close race. You're going to have that in eights and fours as well, but at a certain point, if you have open water in eight, especially from our vantage
And
point, we're seeing the last 500 meters of the race or so.
we think that Sophia Whitman from Northwestern State
Yeah,
and
I'm almost
Liana
certain.
Toro from Clarkson sort of going after each other.
Well, Clarkson's out here second place. I see the green
Okay.
and yellow from last year, so I think
Gotcha.
we're looking at this is probably Sophie Malloy and Elizabeth Wing, with Aoi Ito from Wichita
Yeah,
State
they'd be the nearest. Yeah, lane 6
in the
and lane
far.
5.
So yeah, lanes 4 and 3. I'm sorry, Cruz in the third and fourth spot are really close to each other. We'll see if they make a move on each other to overtake, but if nothing, they're going to make sure that their stern and their bow ball are overlapping, and she's not letting the crew right ahead of her go.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, for not having seeded the event, it looks like they've had pretty decent speed. I mean, the other thing that happens in the small boats is some of these crews are just thrown together for this regatta.
Battery
Right.
level is
You
low.
know, not everyone could
Aircraft will
run. It's
return to the home
graduation.
point in 10 seconds.
So their 4 becomes a double and a single, or their 8 becomes a 4 and a pair, and so you have no sense of where their speed is at all.
Right. Or you have some programs where they have enough crews, they have their 3/8s and they have their 2 freshman 8s, and then they break it down to small boat circus, as
Small
they
boat
might
circus,
say,
we call it.
and start throwing the 4v5e guys into every boat category they can get after that. Because when we're here, there's a team points trophy that is highly coveted. There's overall trophy, and then there's a small boats
There is
trophy,
a small boats
which
trophy, which
really
was
is a goal for
a lot
some
of
of these
programs.
programs that aren't fielding multiple 8s.
And for some of the bigger programs,
Low battery.
those sort
Return
of
to home
TV
promptly.
guys who are, you know, sort of like, well, we'll go see what we can do in the small boat trophy. You know, the eights are still racing,
Yeah.
but we're gonna take that on. In fact, the 4 at times has been like the place of controversy in the regatta because some large programs some years have broken down their 8, and been very fast in the
Right.
smaller boats. So you never know what you're gonna see.
You never know. So Sophia Whitman took #1 spot in that fourth women's heat of a time of 9:04, which I think is on par with the other 3 heats that came
It's
before
about what
it.
we've been
I
seeing.
think I
low 9
saw
minutes.
9:07 as a similar lead time. So that's great. Looking forward to myself seeing those, but those are up live for you on HereNow.com right now. And on the course right now, we have the first men's heat in the single, and this is a much closer field than we've seen anywhere this morning. Right now, Ryan Muldoon from Clarkson is leading in lane 6 with the green shell.
He did
green
quite
and
well
yellow.
last year.
He
as
was,
I
yeah, we
remember,
had a great talk with him. He's a lightweight sculler, and he was really focused on working up to get to gold medal times for the lightweight single sculls. So next to him, I believe, or the next closest crew to him.
Well, overall in the event right now, we have Advaith Pradeep in lane 1 from Connecticut, Jacob Latham from North Georgia in lane 2, rower from University of Nebraska, but no name, unfortunately, yet. Lucas Root from Kansas in lane 4, Antonio Soto from UC Irvine in lane 5, and Ryan Muldoon, as you said, in Clarkson in lane 6.
So I have to believe that's Lucas Root. That's the next closest crew because they're 2 lanes away.
Yeah.
And then in between, splitting. Yeah, UC Irvine splitting the difference in between. So these crews are in their last 500 meters of the morning. And like you've maybe heard us talk about, like the rowers all know, top 2 progress to the semifinal, and then the next 4 fastest times of the event. So these crews in 3rd, 4th, 5th are working
racing
super
pretty
hard.
Yep.
Pradeep out of University of Connecticut and the Nebraska Lincoln Sculler are duking it out. Barely half a boat length of separation from them to take that 4th place spot. And what I love to see is that kind of race where you're not in 1st, you're not in 2nd, but you're holding on to whatever cruise you're with is going to pull you back into the pack because you're working so much harder.
Yeah, absolutely. And so if you go to HereNow.com, you can see the results if you find them. So the 8 women who moved forward from their placement were the scholar from University of Cincinnati, as yet unnamed, uh, Isabella Apuasuarez from Wake Forest out of lane 1, Jacqueline Lanier from Vermont, and Elena Snyder from heat 2, um, Alexa Miller from Florida, Molly Slupik from Colorado State in lane 3, Sophia Whitman from Northwestern State, Liliana Mastrototoro, from Clarkson out of 4, and then you go looking for the next 4 fastest times. You were right when you talked about Sophia Whitman at 9:04. There was a 9:02 in Heat 1 from Cincinnati. The fastest time this morning was Jacqueline Lanier from Vermont in an 8:49. Then we start going looking for next fastest times. Tegan Purtle from Michigan State at a 9:34, almost certainly going through. Nora Lowry from Lafayette and Riley Robertson from Chico State, both out of the first heat as the next ones. And then we're looking for, I believe it's going to be Margaret Kelly from Purdue from heat 3 with a 10:10. That those will be the women who move forward into the finals there, the semifinals. The others will go to a times 13 through 18 through a C final, time 19 plus to the D final. So that's sort of how this will all spread out, and we'll bring those up. It's going to take a little bit of work. What we do see are the events or the results from the first heat of the men's single. Ryan Muldoon from Clarkson at a 7:53. Lucas Root was second in 8:09 from Kansas. Those two will move forward, and then right now it's Antonio Soto at 8:34 is the fastest time after that. So people will be wanting to break the 8:34 if they're not in the first two.
Definitely, and my apologies to that was Jacqueline Lanier out of Vermont. Great row out of there, fastest time of the morning in your event. So I'll keep an eye out for that as I see more. Drones in effect. We got a beautiful view of the water. The sun is still coming up. We've got a lot of shine off the river, and the fog has lifted that was on this morning. So heat number 2 coming down in the men's single from lane 1, which I'm believing is all the way on the left side of your screen, is going to be Braden Myers out of Alabama. Next to him would be Eli Britt from UNC, North Carolina, Jack Brady from Washington State, Ryan Moran from Grand Valley, Francisco Andrade from Texas A&M, first time at this regatta, and that would be Kishan Majatha from George Mason. And I believe we've got...
It looks to me like we have Francisco Andrade maybe. No, it's closer. Sorry, we're still trying to figure out the lanes here and who is where. I believe that's Francisco Andrade out in front, trying to read the lanes, and then Ryan Moran from Grand Valley and maybe Eli Britt from UNC, who are racing pretty hard right now to try and get the second guaranteed spot. But also, if you're racing that hard to get that spot right next to each other, it's quite likely that you'll put yourself in a good place to go to that. Let's see some ratings.
That actually might be
around 30.
Might be Braden Myers that's in the second place, fighting for that second place spot with Ryan Moran. And Francisco Andrade from Texas A&M. Saw a lot of really big guys in their sculls or their small boats yesterday walking around. So I'm not surprised to see such a strong lead right now from the crew out of College Station.
And it looks like lane 6, Kishnan, is close. Yeah. So Braden Myers from Alabama may be out on the far side. He seems to be pushing forward into the second place, and he's up at about 34, 35 strokes per minute. And really sort of moving to get his second place in there. It's hard to see the
sun's doing a lot of good shining on us, so it'll be better later in the morning. But and really quick racing out of all three of these crews. I think each successive heat has been a little bit closer and tighter than the one before. So Francisco finished
Andrade 7:57.8, about fairly in close with Ryan, actually, sort of 4 or 5 seconds there. Braden Myers from Alabama, 8:02. Ryan Moran from Grand Valley, 8:04. Great race there, and Braden from Alabama having sort of pushed through with a nice sprint up into the upper 30s to get there. Then a little bit of sort of time back before our next folks come across the line. Again, trying to get in there sort of under 8:34 would be helpful.
So Ryan Moran is actually setting the new standard for next fastest time
which is now
through.
8:04. Absolutely. I mean, that's gonna do pretty well.
I think it's going to pay off for him really well later this morning. Heat 3 coming down the course, as we've seen a lot of opening speed from the lead crews here. Not all on our screen yet, but from lane 1 through 6, we'll see Quentin Coninger from Oklahoma State, Brian Smith out of Georgia, Nicholas Slattery out of Illinois, Andrew Prince out of Virginia, Peter Gaja out of Vanderbilt, and Eli Vance out of Long Beach State. Just given the color of those oars, I'm going to assume that's Andrew Prince out of
Oklahoma
State.
Oklahoma State from sort of the Midwest South, Georgia from the Southeast, Illinois from the Midwest North, Virginia from the Mid-Atlantic, Vanderbilt from the South, and Long Beach State from California. That's an example of how they've been spreading people out geographically within these heats to sort of get them. Now,
right, because some of these guys maybe saw each other at SIRAs, maybe some people saw each other at Vails or Connect Cup. I don't think anyone went out to see Long Beach State at Wyra's. So this should be everyone's first time racing each other and giving them a really good field. So I think, oh, wow, this is a great shot. Although there's one lead crew, the next 3 crews are in a real close fight to take the second and the third and fourth spot. And like we just said, or if you're just joining us in case you haven't heard, top 2 crews out of this heat move on to their semifinal. And then the next 4 fastest times from the event will move on to the top semifinal. So it will pay off to give it everything you have to hold on to that first or second place crew and to post the fastest time you can get in this morning. Right now, 7:53 is the lead time for first place finishing crews, and 8:04.
And this is only the next 2 fastest times, not because there are 5 heats.
Thank you.
So you're really, you have to be in the top 2 of the next fastest times to move forward into the top there. So it's actually a little bit tighter here. And hard to see exactly who's out there in front right now, but I think it's Andrew Prince from Virginia up in the lead. Or is that Andrew? No, Andrew's in third, I think.
So that's probably Brian Smith out of Georgia.
Gotcha, and that's red. The red and the orange at this time of the morning is hard to tell the difference with Eli Vance from Long Beach State looking to be in second out there on the far side.
Yeah, Long Beach State, another really good small
I'm sorry, that would be Quentin Coninger from Oklahoma State on the far side.
But Eli Vance is over here on the right side of your screen, fighting for 4th place right now, fighting actually for 3rd place with Andrew Prince out of Virginia. Long Beach State, another really good small boats program in the 4s, in the pair, double, and now single. So I think they are excited to be back here this year. They finished, I think, their top boat in the B final last spring and are looking to carve their way up into the A final and maybe in all events if we can keep this overlap right now. So bare minimum right now for these times for these guys to beat is going to be an 8:34. They don't know that yet, so it'll be really exciting to see what this effort produces for them.
Exactly. So some good racing here. It'll all sort itself out a little bit as people work through the results. The results will be on HereNow.com, and you can go find them under there. Also linked through Row2K if you're a pretty standard person to watch. But HereNow is the company that's bringing you these gorgeous images and all of the great stuff going on the water. As you see, Heat 3 sort of coming into the finish here pretty closely. And you can see how tight the racing is there in the last 2 or the 4, those 3 crews trying to get up into where you're. So Brian Smith from Georgia going across in a 7:51,
which is the fastest singles time of the morning so far. Quentin Coninger posting the fastest at large time Again, top two. Actually, nope, never mind. He gets to go in right away.
He gets going right away. Yep.
8:04 is the time to beat for that first spot out of the qualifying spots. Andrew Prince is now holding on to that second place spot
With an 8:08.
8:08. Great work by Eli Vance, Nicholas Slattery, 8:10, 8:32. They'll be moving on. So the crews that don't make top two in their heat or next two at large, they move to their own semifinal, or they move to
the next six
C or D final.
Yeah, the next 6 go to a C final, and then 19 plus go to a D final.
Gotcha.
So the only place where there's going to be a semifinal is up on the top end of the stuff.
For the grand and for the petite final, I feel like the spread of the sport is starting to call finals A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
I think there's some real...
There's history to the terms grand and petite
gravitas
final.
in grand final, petite final, and these are college athletes at their national championships. So I'm going to call it that all day,
Excellent.
all weekend.
You do you.
I'm going to do that.
You do you.
Coming up is our second to last heat in the men's single, and I think we have two returners who really made a splash last year. Benjamin Pollock out of Sewanee, University of the South, and I believe Jonathan Evers was here last year.
From Wake Forest, yeah.
From Wake Forest. The names really resonate, and I think they are going to be at the lead as the drone catches up to them. Although, it looks like one of these crews out of Cal Poly might be also pushing early. So what we're going to have is the drone turns around, or at the angle we're at right now. Furthest, or top of your screen is going to be lane 1. That's going to be Timothy Reinhold out of Lafayette, and then Axel Erickson from Colorado. I believe Jonathan Evers from Wake Forest is in the lead right now. Wesley Rippins from Cal Poly is in lane 4. I believe the next closest crew to him. Ethan Duke out of Michigan State, and then Benjamin Pollock will be in lane 6 out of Sewanee, and we'll see if he is in the pack.
So this program from Cal Poly, which is San Luis Obispo, slow as it's often called, although it seems not to be going
not
slow
on the
today.
water.
They are a brand new program within the last 2 years or so that they've been setting up. They were looking for a coach earlier this year. Still small, but whoever that is leading, that is a very tall sculler. You can just see some very nice long levers at work. Really tall in that boat. I'm guessing mid 6 feet.
Yeah.
So 6'5" or so. Maybe not, but just very nice and erect in his rowing.
But it's a really interesting difference in the lead crew and the second place crew. Lead crew is very long, able to really just lay the legs down, and the swing of the back is a nice extension of that knee drive.
And
second place is...
He's at a 26.5.
Yeah, because second place is really hammering it down. It's good rowing, but it's a very difference in the concerted effort.
But at 32 beats per minute. So part of that is just being out in front and able to just extend and match the crew. So if you're in those two positions, you know you're going through. And then there's a fairly big gap back to a very tight race for the other 4 rowers. Basic overlap from... in third, we have, I believe, Ethan Duke from Michigan. No, I'm still getting switched on where we are. So it is lane 6 closest to us, right?
I believe so.
So Ethan Duke from Michigan State, I think, is out in front there, and then Benjamin Pollock and Jonathan Evers are sort of
Axel
Erickson.
Jonathan Evers is our second place crew right now.
So there is some nice overlap there, but as they're coming into the last 5 minutes, a little bit more separation, just trying to again put themselves in a position maybe to progress. And even if they're not going in the top 12, they definitely want to have a time to put themselves into the C final
with the best time and the best lane they have available.
Exactly.
Looks like crew number 2 has lengthened out here as well. Jonathan Evers just finished with the 7:55. That makes sense since he was not pushing it full tilt. And that will be Wesley Rippins out of Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo, in the second place spot. But excited to find out who's going to come through in the third. I believe that's going to be Ethan Duke, if I'm looking at the screen right now, and I think that's also catching us. Is that catching us up to the next event in the morning? Yeah, it's catching us up to heat number 5.
as you see on your screen, the last heat of the men's single, and so that makes almost 30, maybe 29 or 30 scullers,
Yes.
which is single scullers, which is a pretty big number here.
Wow, these lead two crews are barely a bow ball apart up in the front of the heat number 5
And
right
in lane
now.
5, we have Ryotaro Ito from Wichita State, Christian Schaefer from Clemson, Wallace Tucker from Colorado State, Emmett Bergen from Minnesota, Shashank Singh Deo from Arizona State, and Caden Gordon from Ohio State. That would be 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2.
Yeah, I think we're looking
like.
at Christian Schaefer and Wallace Tucker here from Clemson and Colorado State, respectively. I'll have a better idea once I see blades. This at this vantage point later in the day when we see the 8s come down, we're gonna know from this high up who's which crew. Some crews, their shells always match the color of their program. Some crews are in Empakers, which is a very clear, distinct yellow, and the blades are big enough that you'll be able to see. But the singles right now,
That
a little
radical
bit tougher.
individualism
Yeah,
of the
but
single sculler.
Some of them maybe are borrowing another crew's boat. I think the Texas A&M sculler we saw earlier, I think he had purple blades, which leads me to believe he borrowed them from someone else. So,
Or those are just the blades he has. From
or
his
that's
own
just the
rowing.
blades he
Yeah.
has. So, and actually, in the terms of radical individualism, it might be a situation where you have a different set of oars than the rest of the program has. Maybe you like Croakers over you like Concept 2. So many things that kind of work because it's just you in the boat on your own. But so up here in the top 2 of this final heat of the singles, again, really close race. It looks like this lead crew is pushing themselves about half a length up. I'm going to say that is Christian Schaefer out of Clemson, just based on lane. We'll find out in a minute. And then the next 2 crews are also in a similar race. It's kind of like the SEC championships that happened last weekend. Texas and Tennessee, women's 8s up 1 second apart. 20 seconds back being the next closest crew, but Oklahoma and Alabama also 1 second apart in that race. So it's really going to pay off. I think those crews, although they don't know it yet, in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th spots are going to find themselves closer to the C or D final because those next 2 at-large times of the morning were pretty fast in the 2nd and 3rd heats.
So Leo Emmett from Minnesota has some friends online for sure. Leo Rhodes 4711 spells out Minnesota, and then throwaway 3279 goes, "Let's go Emmett." So people watching from all over the place. Although it could also just be
Their teammates,
their
at the
teammates
trailer.
back at the hotel or at the trailer. That's true. Going to see there because the guys who are racing for Minnesota later in the day are probably not at the boathouse, not at the regatta site yet.
Right, resting as much time as they can before they come down. So I think
we're getting a nice little move there out of the crew that's leading, which I believe is Christian Schaefer.
Yeah, I believe that is. Yeah, lane 1's a little bit further behind. So it's going to be Christian Schaefer out of Clemson.
At about a 32, and there's some nice orange there going. That's some very nice competitive sculling. They're both trying to push. And next to him would be Wallace Tucker from Colorado State.
I think one of the things that's really helping push Christian ahead is he's really holding on to the work into the finish, and there's a lot more control. The hands are reaching the body, and the work or the leverage is staying there. So the boat's still moving by the time he's running out. I think at this point in the race, Wallace's stroke is shortening up just a little bit, but still very close margin on the next crew ahead of you. And in my experience, this level of gap in a single scull is you might as well be overlapping each other. It's super close.
One of the things about the small hulls is that you can actually vastly change the hull speed fairly quickly.
Yeah.
In an 8 where it's up and it's like a choo-choo train, sort of once it gets up to speed, it's just working. In the single, in the pair, in the double, you can really make a fairly massive change. But this is still, everyone in this heat is in control of their water.
Entirely,
there you
yeah.
go. We have the Ohio State guys next to us. calling out for Caden Gordon in lane 6 as he goes by.
Comes through in the 5th spot right now. All crews are in the last 500, a little bit shorter than that. So we're going to see these first 2 crews hit the finish line soon, and Christian's trying to do that sooner than later. He has bumped it up another clip, and you can see really nice, aggressive puddles to close out this race. Wallace didn't make quite the same move, but that's fine. He's still in a qualifying spot to move forward to the AB semifinal.
But he's actually getting closer. Christian goes across in
8 minutes.
8 minutes. And he wins from Clemson, and then Wallace Tucker from Colorado State, 8:03. That's actually one of the closer
races,
that
yeah.
we've had this
Interesting, though, that it didn't yield one of the faster times in the single. Funny enough, some of the crews in the earlier events that had open water on the field around them pushed a bit faster pace. We're talking a couple seconds here, and once they see that on HereNow.com, when they get back to their trailer, I'm sure they'll tighten up their race plan to make sure that they're pushing that same pace as the people are going to be up against.
That's the challenge here is you have to read. You can read into the results, but you can't read too much into the results.
No, and
right. So the 2 of them got out in front fairly early. Maybe they just okay, hey, we don't really have to push. It starts to be a jockeying positional race rather than a straight speed race. Another guy is just wanting to go down and see what he can lay down, or he's out by himself alone and he's like, okay, I just want to go and get this.
And some crews you're going to see a situation where they see they're in a spot that's going to put them in the semifinal, or then later the final they're going to be, and they're not going to put 100% on it because it's really easy to finish first in your heat and give it everything and then not have enough for the final result that you really want to have.
What you're seeing in this result is just a class of speed difference, right? So Christian and Wallace out at 8 minutes, and then 40 seconds back to Emmett, another 20 seconds back to Shashank, etc. So that's just sort of these heats are actually winnowing that out and figuring out where folks are going to be, which is what a heat is supposed to do, actually. So again, when in a little bit we'll have Greg Hartziff from Michigan coming to talk to us about how the coaches made the decision to move away from time trials and back into heats, which is sort of the older school style. He has some really interesting thoughts about how that works and why it's working for the regatta. And as we've talked to coaches at the regatta yesterday and this morning, we've been asking, so what do you think of the new format? And most people are sort of like, yeah, it's pretty good. Although we'll see on Sunday how we feel about that.
We'll see means I'm happy that we're doing it, and it's going to provide challenge to make sure that we make it through to the semifinal that we want to. Really, I think the main thing is everyone's happy about the heats because the coaches all agree upon that, right?
Yeah.
It's a coaches run regatta.
It's a coaches run regatta.
But I think the biggest departure from tradition is getting rid of the repechage heat, which if you were in that last race and you got 3rd or 4th, you would have another heat this afternoon to see if
Turn to home
into that A or B semifinal. Yeah. And they went through so much history of not only this regatta but so many other regattas at this level, saying like, really,
did the repechage make a difference?
It
made very little difference.
The outliers
are
the situation.
Never made a difference in who was meddling.
In who was meddling for sure, and it was an outlier in even which crews made it to those last 2 spots of a semifinal. So doing away with that, I think, is the we'll see. Talking to some crews where, again, in all events, it's such a widespread regatta, so the West Coast teams haven't seen the East Coast teams except for maybe one event where they could overlap. Same with East Coast, maybe not seeing any of the Southeast teams. So, and they know where that speed is in the region, right? You got your reigning national champions from 2 totally different regions. So everyone's like, all right, I know they're going to be fast, and I know this other crew from every corner of the country is going to be fast. So if we have one shot in a heat to make it to the semifinal one, that's where the we'll see is. It's like you don't get the chance to miff it and then come back and get it again.
Yeah, and the other thing is just this is a national championship, and there's a difference when you line up with 6 crews on the start,
right?
Rather than sort of row 1,750 meters, sort of chasing yourself down in your own little bubble. And I sort of think actually at the junior level, I mean, Eddie, you are a junior coach, and your crews at the New York State Championships, they all started with the time trial.
Yeah, and it's become standard for youth rowing at the regional level, but even some of the smaller invitationals, local, are doing time trials just to get so many crews down the water. We're in the New York State region, and it encompasses all the clubs in the state and all the scholastic programs, of which there's a really deep history. Um, so
And now, were some of those crews done after the time trial? Just done?
some,
Nothing
except the
else?
regatta, does try to have a final level for the main events. The eight, the four, the quads are important. I think even the doubles, all of them had a sea level final. So only if
But there were some kids who their final race of the season was themselves going down a course by themselves.
because of weather,
Yeah.
because of weather.
Yeah. And
Um,
weather does happen, right?
but it is a difference between that and you do your heat in the morning, duke it out, and find out, okay, well, I'm not the fastest person in this. I'm last in this event, and then the weather comes in, you don't get a chance to do a semi or a C final. So love the especially for these small boats, the opportunity for everyone to get multiple rounds of racing in. Because if you haven't been with us in the first hour, as the singles just went down, this is probably everyone's first time racing one another in this event. Possibly some of these crews' first time racing this shell this year, if they are in a
Exactly.
bigger club and they need to break up after they had their 4V and we don't have an event for that here, so they
Or
need to.
lots of schools with graduation this
Lots of
weekend.
schools graduation lineups couldn't fully make it, so this might be the first weekend racing. So if they were only to do a time trial and then a final, it the trip would be justified, but is it really the racing experience you want to get out of it? Is
Yeah.
it really the best, showcasing who the best women's double is in the
And we,
country?
speaking of women's doubles, we are now in the, we're about maybe over 500 meters into heat one of the women's double. In lane one, which will be on the right side of your screen as you're watching this, we have the Jaguars of
Indiana, University of Purdue, University of Indiana, IUPUI.
oh Ui Pui.
Ooey pooey. I'll let you say that.
Indiana University, Purdue University, uh, exactly, together. Next to them, we have Penn State, Grace Breed, and Madison Weichman. Then Vermont, Caitlin McManus and Graham Chewton Black. Colorado State, Sydney Livingston and Allie Stover in lane four. We have Sydney Gordon and Gabrielle Urdoy from Arizona State. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Michigan State has Catherine Roach and Delaney Cram. And then North Georgia has Isabella Stickley and Peyton Tharp. And there are a seven boat heat here. The progression in the women's double will be the
This
top
is a
two in each
demonstration
heat
of
plus the next
Wirecast.
six fastest times. So a lot of
Next
ability
six.
for
Okay,
to sort of be
very
able
important.
to go and work their way in. You can see in the double a fairly tight race there. About 3.5 minutes into the race, looks to be the crew maybe in lane 7 from North Georgia, way out in front, up on top. Oh no, there's another crew to
This
the
is a
right. So that is
demonstration of
maybe Michigan
Wirecast.
State, Catherine Roach and Delaney Cram, out there up in the front. You can see lane 7, North Georgia, sort of back behind that other group of five that seems to be
Yeah.
racing for second place right there. A little bit up with, I
Michigan
believe
State would
that's
be Penn State.
Penn State. Grace Breed and Madison Weichman seem to be a little bit up on the rest of the crew.
This is
Of
a
the crews as we're
demonstration
coming
of
down here
Wirecast.
into the Michigan State crew there. Very, very nice blade work coming in. Little bit of missing water. And yeah, those are definitely Michigan State blades now that we can come in and see that. So missing water means, and they're at about 34. As the blade goes in, it's also rowing back towards the boat. So if it had
Right.
gone straight
This is
in,
a
if you'll look,
demonstration of
if you look in the
Wirecast.
bow, the woman who's up on the top of that video, you'll see the blade going right in, right where she puts it in. And in the stroke, it's sort of traveling back towards her a little bit as it goes in. So that's what we call missing water, but a very assertive pace here, up at about 31, 32 beats per minute. And a pretty good lead here over now, as you just see the race coming into your screen.
This is a
4 boats
demonstration
you'll
of
see,
Wirecast.
in fairly tight space, right there on the left.
Yeah, that's great, and they're coming in just before the 1,500-meter mark of their race. I think Penn State's still a little bit ahead of those next 4 crews, and really aggressive from the lead crew out of Michigan State. Really aggressive from everyone in this event, knowing that the next 6 times out of the top 2 are going to progress. They are. It's evident they're fully aware that they need to post the
This
fastest
is a
time
demonstration
left
of
to get.
Wirecast.
I know the Jaguars really specialize in the small boat, and that's the Uwe Pui crew in lane 1, specialize in the sculling and the small boats. They had a really good presence here last year. Vermont, Colorado State have a wide range of crews here, and then I believe North Georgia, Arizona State are also specializing here in the small boats.
And enough water here that any one of those 4 crews could end up in second place.
Absolutely, yeah.
And they can sense
This
that.
is a demonstration
and
of
so you see some
Wirecast.
folks really sort of going after that. The 1, 2, 3, 4, actually 5 crews. They're all within about a length of each other. And racing for the second spot that's guaranteed.
Yeah, that's a tight fight, and the way that this 2-person crew is going to be able to sprint, any of these gaps could be closed, any of this order could be changed in the next 500 meters and the next 50 meters. So
Michigan State up to a 35.
This
They're
is
not
a demonstration of
36.
Wirecast.
They're laying down some base. That's pretty high for a double.
It's pretty high for a double, but I think they are really happy to see themselves so far ahead this morning and just want to wrap up this row on the course. It looks like this crew who is pushing up on Penn State right now, I believe it's Colorado State, starting to close the gap there, pushing their way into third. But, what a great shot from the side from lane 1 over on the far shore. Jaguars crew with the, I'm going to say, gold
This
and
is a
red blades.
demonstration of Wirecast.
Really nice long connection, and they're starting to creep themselves up into the 4th place spot, and we'll see if they can even push their way up towards 3rd. Penn State, nice and long, but a little bit too long given the situation right now.
You'd want them to sit up and get the blade in and push it along
I would
a
think,
little bit.
well,
yeah.
here's the thing. They are doing a good job in which they're still leading their pack, so they're not changing their race plan just because they see another crew on them. If they're not adapting without purpose. So
Yeah,
I think they're trusting their race
They're
plan
at
here.
about a
Demonstration of
30 though,
Wirecast.
and if they stay too long and it goes into a sprint, it's a lot harder for them to pop it up into that next gear. And you can see crew moving on them, actually.
I think too. I think Colorado State,
Colorado
and the
State.
Jaguars.
Yeah, sort of coming up and really trying to push into that and see where they're going.
And
we
I think
apologize
saw
for the whole Wirecast over voice thing happening.
This
from,
is a
from their,
demonstration of
the
Wirecast.
Technical folks are working on that to try and
Nice.
get rid of that a little
Michigan
bit.
State is through the line, first time in the women's doubles, 8:35.
And then we're going to see this really fabulous race in these 4 crews.
There you go. And I
Boop.
believe that's going to be Penn State through the line, and then third, I believe Colorado State.
Yep,
Great
Penn
work.
State 8:54.
Jaguars are through.
This is a
There you go.
demonstration of
8:55, the
Wirecast.
time to beat if
But-
you want to make sure that you are one of the at-large crews for the next
But again,
semifinal.
6 crews going through on time. So that from within 3 heats of the women's
Wow,
double.
North Georgia took the 4th place spot there. I did not see them bring that outside heat. Apologies on my behalf. Jaguars taking 5th, Vermont taking 6th, and last 7th place crew is going to
And
be.
you can see just by a second over the Jaguars. So they really
Yeah.
did push through to get that
This
spot.
is a demonstration of
Fantastic
Wirecast.
work. So 9-12 will be the bar to step over if crews want to find themselves competing for the A-B final. Beautiful morning here on Mountain Lake at the Oak Ridge Rowing Association. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the first morning of racing at the ACRA National Championship. I'm Eddie Moog.
And this is Charlie Sullivan.
And we are bringing you the second heat of the women's double.
This is a
at
demonstration
ACRA.
of
Right now we have a
Wirecast.
great overhead shot. You are looking from the position of the finish line. The crews are already on the course, and we are looking left side of your screen is going to be lane 7, another 7-boat race. That's going to be Colorado State's My Lim and Abigail Morris. To their right, Virginia Tech, Annabelle Logan and Nora Bradley. Wichita State, Elizabeth Graber and Juliet Lopez. University of Chicago, Aaliyah Overturf and Josephine
This is a
Barboriak.
demonstration
Virginia
of
Women's
Wirecast.
Club Rowing, Kennedy Coffin and Sophia Segura. New St. Andrews out of Idaho, Charis Montgomery, Abigail Anonson. And University of New Hampshire, first time I've seen them here in a while. Welcome back, Mary Claire Larkin and Catherine Bauer.
And as we look at this image here, not as tight as the last race in some ways, but crews making their way out. They're now at
This
the
is a
1,000-meter mark, so
demonstration
they've
of
had some time to have the
Wirecast.
speed lay down a little bit, and people to sort out where they are. Seems that there are 2 crews out in front. Again, this is a 7-crew race, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 going out there,
So I think that's lane 3 up front. So Virginia Rowing Association, I think I see some
This is
nice
a
sharp
demonstration
orange on
of
the
see
blades
the orange
there,
for sure.
and I could see it from our vantage point on the water. So almost no no doubt that's Virginia, and that looks like how they row. Aggressive and long, great sculling strokes, right? Classic sculling program.
Yeah.
In the ACRA. The next closest crew, I believe, is in lane 2. Is going to be the crew out of New St. Andrews, and then in the 3rd place spot, probably Wichita State.
And just making clear that's the University
This
of Colorado.
is a demonstration
not
of
Colorado State.
Wirecast.
Thank you.
And
It is. That's my mistake.
but there is Wichita State, also the Shockers. So
Lane 3 having a little bit of steering trouble there. Lane 5 and lane 6 having a lot of steering trouble right now, but looks like they're getting their way back in. Lane 2 also a little bit of steering issue. Maybe there's a bit of a crosswind up there that we aren't seeing.
This is a
but
demonstration of
Kennedy
Wirecast.
Coffin, Sophia Segura from Virginia, way sort of out front very, very nicely. The head coach at Virginia his name online is Swiss Sculler, and works is a very good coach of many, many ways, Frank Biller, but he always turns out the sculling crews that come out of Charlottesville are always very nice. They are in a very nice, patient rhythm here,
This
as you can
is a
see.
demonstration of Wirecast.
Just sort of getting up there. The blades are going in nicely. There's no rush on that racing at all, and just really sort of moving along quite nicely. As we go to the larger drone shot from up top, you can see that this is a little bit more spread out than the heat we had before.
It's spread out, but it's all really good rowing. You can see the puddle spacing. Each crew's leaving in their wake it's like treads of a tire. It's so evenly spaced out.
This is a
What I find
demonstration of
helpful
Wirecast.
for, as a limited time in a double. You can see from the water, you can see your course pretty well because you can see where those puddles are. Are they all lining up in the same line, or are they a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right? It looks like everyone has their course back for the most part, with Virginia, and then we said to their right from our vantage point, that would be New St. Andrews in that 2nd place spot, which makes sense. New St. Andrews having a really strong presence in the sculling events. Crews coming in front of us. There's still a lot of fight.
This is a
and
demonstration
I think
of
all these crews are
Wirecast.
pushing the rate pretty high in this middle of the pack to make sure that they put down one of the faster times in the morning.
And that does sort of become the goal in the middle of this. And again, why it's nice that they're racing against each other, because you can try and push off the other crew, try and use them to find a little bit more speed, a little bit more effort in a way that's not just theoretical. If you're going down by yourself, you're racing other people, but you don't have.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
But really, sculling clinic here from the Virginia crew, just way out in front. I think we just heard the horn as they went across.
Yes, Virginia's through the line, and then about
in
20
an
more
8:18.
seconds.
Again, very unpressed.
Fastest time of the morning for the women's double event.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
And easily so far. Again, people trying to hit 8:55 was the standard for the next fastest time in the first heat.
Right, so we'll see what that becomes when the second, third, fourth place crews cross through the line.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
We've lost the video for a little bit. It will be coming back. We are hoping. Again, this entire system has to be put in place in order to be able to bring you regattas from wherever they are, and sometimes a connection just becomes unconnected.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
For the viewers at home, get it. So the third place crew from Wichita State coming in at 9:15 after New St. Andrews in second. 9:15, a little bit outside of the top 6 times right now. 9:27 for Virginia Tech. So we'll see where the cards land for the rest of those crews. Chicago coming in 5th at the 9:39 mark, and they'll be followed by, I believe that will be Colorado and New Hampshire to round out a 7-lane heat.
And we'll have one more heat
is
of
a
the
demonstration
women's
of
double.
Wirecast.
Already they look to be just coming into the 1,000-meter mark that we can see from
just shy of it
from here, and that's going to be from Middlebury, Isabella Crosby and Anna Morrissey in lane 6. From Texas, we'll have Joyce Shu and Sophie Purify. From Illinois, we'll have Ella Georges and
of
Ananya
Wirecast.
Mani. In lane 3, we'll have Catherine Schucht and Lucy Harabin from Lafayette. In lane 2, from Georgia Tech, Amelia Ernst Barbarou and Philippa Thomas Wilkinson. So far, the winners of the longest total names in the regatta. And then from Virginia Commonwealth, we'll have Sophia Koth and Marissa Bookoff. Hard to sort of tell who's where at this point from what we can see with our live eye. It seems to be maybe the Middlebury crew up towards the front, along with Lafayette in their red, and I believe Georgia Tech out there in lane 2 in yellow, also up towards the front. And we'll see more as they come closer to us which of those 3 crews is up front. Georgia Tech, with the yellow at about a 35, seeming to be pushing away now at about 12:50, and actually very, very nice swing and push out of that crew.
This is a demonstration
they will be on
of Wirecast.
the right side of your screen as you see them. 2 lanes over from Georgia Tech. Is that Illinois? Let's see what they're at a 30. And then no, I think I
This
still
is a
think that
demonstration
is
of Wirecast.
Lafayette in second, and it looks to be Illinois a little bit further back. So this the Georgia Tech crew of Amelia Ernst Barbrew and Philippa Thomas Wilkinson really moving quite nicely out in front.
This
and they
is a
are
demonstration
rolling at
of
about
Wirecast.
36 actually, so fairly up there.
Okay, great. All right, so yeah, I'm on it. Sounds good. Thank you.
Again, just hard to sort of separate out who some of these folks are from our vantage point right now as it's going across there, but that should be.
This is a demonstration
You
of
still see
Wirecast.
some steering issues going on there in one of the crews.
But it looks like lane 1 is up on the men's field we have right now, so that would be Lafayette, which would make a lot of sense. They've been specializing in the small boats so far. This is women's heat 3?
Double heat 3, yep.
In lane 1 from VCU out of Richmond, Virginia. And I see some yellow on the uni. So that would be lane 1 up in the lead, lane 3 close by, but a little bit of extra
This
steering
is a
from
demonstration
Lafayette.
of Wirecast.
And Lucy Harrobin. And then I think that is lane 6, only a 6-lane crew out of Middlebury, who have a pretty good group of boats here this weekend after a pretty successful season with the new head coach.
And you can see some steering in two of those boats. It's they're probably not using in a double. They're probably not using.
I don't think they're using
This
toe
is a
steering. This should all be
So
demonstration of
it should all just be
Wirecast.
matched by pressure, which just means that if someone misses a connection, it starts to pull one side around over the other. But they try and get themselves up there fairly back into the middle of the lane. That said, it might be pushing a sign that they're pushing the speed a little bit hard as they're trying to get to the end of the race, either fatigue or actually extra sprint effort, and it doesn't quite match up. So yeah, VCU,
This is a
Bookoff,
demonstration
and
of
Koth,
Wirecast.
going through it in 8:02, a fairly nice time up there. Harrobin and Shook from Lafayette in second. Morrissey and Crosby from Middlebury, 8:36 in third. And
Texas in 4th at 8:47, Illinois at 8:57. So all of those crews are in the mix for next 6 fastest times to progress to the AB final. So that's really going to shake up what was already a really fast heat in
This
heat 1.
is a
And 8:02
demonstration
the
of
fastest
Wirecast.
time
that
of the
is
morning.
by
Wow.
about significantly, and all of those times, all the way through 5th place, are
really great by VCU there. Kind of like the Virginia crew, long to be strong. They weren't pushing the rate up super high. They weren't bringing in a sprint. It was just a really confident base that led them to such a fast finish to round out the women's doubles
This is a
heat this morning.
demonstration
Great work
of
out of them.
but
Wirecast.
Ella and Ananya finishing 5th from Illinois in an 8:57, 7:34 was faster than the second place Anniston and Montgomery from New St. Andrews in a 8:57.742. So
again, really is going to shake up that middle of the field, because the first heat, if anyone wasn't lucky enough to watch it, was a really tight race. But it looks like the opening 5 crews of that third heat
This
all
is a
posted
demonstration of
around the same
Wirecast.
time, around faster times, even with a bit of a different spread. So I'm really excited to see that semifinal when we get to it.
And as we start to see the men's
first heat of the men's double this morning, and we have another 7-lane race starting over in lane 7 on the left side of your screen is the Wash U crew, Alexander Ramirez and Tachin Ognithiwat. Sorry, I might have messed that up a little bit. I'll get it right the next time. Lane 6 is Colorado State, Bo
This
Berman,
is a
Henry Raymond.
demonstration of
Lane 5, UC
Wirecast.
Irvine, Tyler Kim, Vincenzo Olmos. Bucknell in lane 4 in the middle, Franklin and Comandak. And Ben Cowan. Lane 3 is the Jaguars from Ooey Pooey. That is Owen Davis and Daniel Johnson. Lane 2, who might be in the lead right now, out of Auburn, Jordan Lewis and Ethan Blackwell. And then Lafayette out of Eastern Pennsylvania, Christian Marlin and Patrick Meyer.
that would be Tachin Ognithiwat.
Thank you.
There you go.
This is a demonstration
So we'll start to
of
see
Wirecast.
again. These doubles actually move. They can be one of the more challenging boats to row, but when they really come together, it's very, very gorgeous. And this rowing out in front that you're seeing from up top, you can just see nice long length. The nice thing about this video from on top is you can see how the blade is locked into the water when it goes in. Does it have a little puddle behind it? Does it have some wash in it? And that rowing,
This
just
is a
very
demonstration
effective
of Wirecast.
rowing by the crew that's out in front. Who, Eddie, you think is?
I believe that's lane 2, Auburn.
Auburn.
And I see a good amount of orange on there, so I think we can confirm it. They're they're past the 1K mark and getting closer and closer to us, where we can see them with our very own eyes, not just on this beautiful drone shot. Like the women's doubles that have preceded it, long is strong. These guys are not at a unsustainably
This
aggressive
is a
pace, but I really
demonstration of
like the
Wirecast.
catches here. I think they are quick to drop them in. They're not missing any water. They're not hanging up there. They are getting right in. I'd say a lot of college men in the small boat try and rip it and grip it a little bit too hard, maybe a little bit too much upper body. These guys are really strong in their base, able to hold that front end and squeeze.
The Auburn coach is Jason Beagle. And he has been
This is a demonstration
building
of
a
Wirecast.
program down there. He is a developmental coach for U.S. para rowing, and was a very good athlete himself. He was the former para rowing coordinator at the Atlanta Rowing Club, and he learned to row in the DC Strokes Rowing Club in Washington, D.C.
Oh, very cool.
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
Has been an international medalist in a couple of events. So was a member of the U.S. National Paralympic Team, I think in 2012 in the fours event. And he's been doing a lot of good stuff since he moved down to Auburn with his husband to be present there and really sort of making the sport go well. And you
This
can see
is a
that
demonstration
experience
of
showing up.
Wirecast.
That's great, and I believe that is Lafayette pushing on them in the second place spot as our viewpoint gives us, and then Jaguars in third. Makes a lot of sense, and that would be UC Irvine in the fourth place spot. So Lafayette, Auburn, Jaguars definitely bringing some of their best athletes in the sculling crews. UC Irvine, Bucknell moving some crews
Jaguars
out of the
throwing
eights.
a sprint in with about 400 meters to go. They're already up at 38.
Wow.
The other two crews are out in
This
front
is a
of them enough to be
demonstration
able
of
to absorb
Wirecast.
that. But it just shows you how hard people are going to try and get up into that. You could see a little bit of that sprint in your video there, but now you see the lead two crews there up in front. And let's get a rating to see where they are. 32 in the lead crew. But you can see as we swing around up top here just how sort of tight that is. And again, the
This
top
is a
two go
demonstration
on
of
automatically
Wirecast.
in the men's double because there are 4 heats. That would be 8 crews going through, and then so the next fastest 4 gets you to 12, and that's 2 heats of 6 in the AB semifinals.
That's gonna be really hard to make it through. So just because the field is so spread out right now, not everyone's getting a chance to see that Wash U crew, who I think are in the 5th place spot, but rowing really well to hold on to UC Irvine ahead of
This
them. They
is a
also,
demonstration
I think
of
they're up in some
Wirecast.
bigger boats this year, but last few years I've seen some pairs, some doubles from 4s that have been really well coached by them. So excited to see how they do this morning. I think that's going to be one of the faster times, probably looking for that at-large qualification for the AB semi. And Auburn through the line first, setting the tone for the morning, 7:33. Fastest time in the men's double so far. Lafayette taking the 2nd spot, 7:41. Jaguars looking to make the AB semifinal with a
This is a
7:45.
demonstration of Wirecast.
So some good racing going so far. We'll see how tight the times are to move people forward into those AB semifinals. But a great race to start for Meinhardt and Wang from that's the next heat already. For Lewis and Blackwell from Auburn. Jordan
This
and
is
Ethan,
a
really nice
demonstration
race there.
of Wirecast.
So now we have the 2nd heat of the men's double coming up. And this is also another 7-crew race here
Deep
going.
field.
So we have in lane 7, which will be to your left, Singh and Torsai Kiernan and Aditya Singh from Chicago. Then we have Holden Gent and Issa Noman from Pittsburgh
This
in lane
is a
6.
demonstration
Jack
of
Schwarting
Wirecast.
and Lucas McCarthy from Middlebury in lane 5. Aiden Gibbons and Alex Morrow from Kansas in lane 4. Stephen Warner and Aiden Miller from Grand Valley in lane 3. An as yet unnamed crew from Nebraska in lane 2. And then Nicholas Huang and Patrick Meinhardt from Emory in lane 1. And already sort of 4 minutes in,
This is a demonstration
that's
of
Chicago crew.
Wirecast.
There's some separation in this race.
And that makes sense. That Chicago, same thing, really doing well in the small boats of this area. Nebraska Lincoln would love to know some of the names of your athletes. So if you are an athlete or a coach watching the live stream that's here this weekend, feel free to get the, what would we call it, from the GroupMe broadcast extra information spreadsheet. You can drop in information about your program, history, or athletes that are here this weekend. We want to know as much as we can to
This
fill
is a
up
demonstration of
airtime for talking about you
Wirecast.
guys. But this crew out of Chicago, really aggressive lead right now. But the middle of the field, really tight.
At
really
about
tight.
35-36. Again, these
That's
ratings,
a long 35-36.
That is
They're
a
just
long 35-36, means the blade's getting in. Again, you can see as soon as the blade gets in, although the bow man is hatcheting in just a little bit, he could have some softer hands up there and just let the knees take the catch. But if you look at the stroke rower, as soon as the blade goes in, it's locked.
This is a
and the
demonstration
boat
of
is pushing.
Wirecast.
It is absolutely efficiency that you need in a double.
100%.
If it's not matched, you check the boat right away. And this rowing here, you can just see the bodies swinging together. The shoulders are nice and soft. All the power is coming through underneath the armpits. You don't want to be doing any work above the handle heights, really. You would just want to be hanging on the handles and really letting it push. So some very nice rowing here. Is this Lafayette
This is
out
a
in front?
demonstration of Wirecast.
They're going offline video. I'm sorry, going offline audio for a minute. If you just want to give them a head up.
And we are going to have to take the audio offline for a minute or two while they fix something, but please enjoy the images.
Kenzie, when I do TalkBox on the mic headset box, do I need to also turn my mic off, or does that turn off my mic if I'm holding the talkback button?
This is a demonstration of Wirecast.
men's double. Really impressive results. So Chicago coming in first, 7:33, tenths of a second off of the first place crew in the first heat, which was Auburn. So that's going to be a great race to see. Pittsburgh, a really impressive rowing to finish out that heat. Grand Valley holding on to their stern a little bit, 7:41, setting a new fastest time for one of those at-large times to progress to the AB semifinal. I think the last crew of that heat maybe just outside of the range of the at-large next four fastest times, so we will see where the cards land for them. Great racing out of Middlebury, great racing out of Nebraska Lincoln and Emory there. Heat 3 is on the course. We're going to catch up with them in a second. This is another 7-lane race, really filling out the men's double this morning. As we catch up with them, left side of your screen is going to be lane 1. That's going to be George Mason, Ethan Winkler, and Luke Hummel. Lane 2 will be Michigan State, Zach Willoughby, and Robert Chambers. Michigan State small boats have had a really good morning so far. Clemson in lane 3 of the middle, Evan Gumbel, Charlie Yoakum. Texas A&M, their second Scullers crew this morning, Cameron Berg, Andrew Willis, Vermont. In lane 5, Elias Bayer, Josh Morgan. Lane 6 is Rice University out of Houston, Ian Lynn, Mitchell Harms, and University of Cincinnati. Over in lane 7, don't have the names on those athletes yet, but knowing Cincinnati, it's going to be some really good rowing. We have 3 crews asserting themselves early in this race, about 3 up front, 4 in the back. Nope, was that 4 in the back? Yeah, from 7 through lane 2. I believe that's lane 1. George Mason up in the front of the field, closely trailed with A&M and Clemson in those middle lanes. I saw that A&M crew walking around yesterday because it's their first time here at ACRA. Really big guys, so this makes sense that they're up on their field right now. All these crews are about 12:50 into the race, coming up on our mark at the 1,500 meter point, and it's anybody's race at this point. This level of overlap between lanes, that is going to be lane 7 and lane 4. Either of these crews could take first, second. Lane 5 there in the middle also could push their way into the second place spot to guarantee they move to the AB semifinal. So really excited to see who really throws something new into their race plan in this last 500, or who trusts what they showed up with and expect to hold on to that and really open up their bag later in the weekend at their semifinal. I believe that's going to be lane 6 and 5 who are duking it out for the 4th place right now, which would be your crews from Vermont and Rice. Rice on the left, University of Cincinnati, and Michigan State just a little bit behind the pace so far this morning. Still nice and long out of these crews, but there is a clear move coming from this Texas A&M crew out of College Station, coached by Sarah McQuaid, who are really, I think they're making their way up to the front of the field as they catch up to my line of sight. It looks like A&M just slightly in the lead over George Mason and that 3rd place crew out of, who would that be? Clemson. Still holding on. They might make a move on George Mason as well. Later in this heat, we have this fight coming from Rice and Vermont, who have overlap with one another. And it looks like A&M has now put themselves up in the 1st place spot so far this morning. Really great length in this catch and send out of the Aggies. They are just about to hit the red buoys. They're about to finish out the amount of real estate they need for this morning's race. And still nice length out of this crew. Not rushed, not trying to overdo it, not trying to finish, win the weekend in the first race. I think still a lot left in the tank. We'll see if their time can push ahead of that 7:33 mark that the first place crews out of the other two doubles events have set so far this morning. Through the line, 7:21. Until we get the official result from HereNow, 7:20. So that is setting the standard fastest time of the morning. Great work from the Aggies. Really close. Look at that, 1 second away from George Mason with Hummel and Winkler. Clemson in third, 7:25. Also really shredding the next four fastest times. So those crews from the first two heats are really going to have to hope that they are close as possible, because the next fastest times in the third and fourth spot of the first two heats were in the 7:40s. So Vermont just slipping underneath that. Really, really great racing there. Vermont also just barely pushing themselves ahead of the Rice crew. Great racing by all teams involved. If you're just joining us, just a little bit past the top of the hour, welcome to ACRA National Championship at Oak Ridge Rowing Association on Mountain Lake. This is Eddie Moog, my partner Charlie Sullivan. We'll be back to the desk soon, and we are brought to you by HereNow, who is doing the live stream, who is providing us with crisp, clear channels to announce and broadcast this race. The regatta is brought to you by Vespoli. They're down here. You're going to see a lot of their shells out in the water this weekend. And Gatorade. Water has been beautiful all morning. Lovely, flat and still. There's a bit of a fog this morning when it was still below 50 degrees. All of that lifted off before the first races went down. And it's starting to turn into the sunny, warm day that it was going to become here in Tennessee. And the water just looks as perfect as you could want it for your championship race. Barely any breeze, mostly protected. So far, knock on wood, no debris. So plenty of time to line up and get your best piece possible. It looks like Heat 4 of the men's double is still lining up this morning. This is the last heat of the doubles this morning. We've seen 3 so far for the men. Women's doubles had 3 heats, most of them 7 lanes deep, and the singles were 4 and 5 heats. It was a really, really big field of scullers in the single and double this morning. This is the only collegiate championship that has sculling events in the U.S., so a lot of crews specialize in that and bring their best rowers here to compete in the small boats. Usually athletes at the U23 level don't get to do that until summer events or postgraduate. Couple more adjustments before we get everyone in the blocks here. Thanks to all of our volunteers and referees out on the course helping out, making sure the regatta can run smoothly. This one is also going to be 7 lanes. On the left side of your screen is going to be lane 1. On the right side of your screen will be lane 7. Nope, I have that backwards. On the left side of your screen is going to be lane 7. On the right side of your screen will be lane 1. And starting on that left side, just in lane 6, is going to be the crew out of Illinois, and then Ohio State, University of Texas in the middle, Cal Poly Humboldt. Just next to them, Oklahoma State, and Delaware has their first sculling crew of the day. Looking almost for alignment. Looks like lane 2 still waiting to get their point down the course, and they're off in the starting stroke. Lane 2 getting their point back after those starting strokes. And lane 4 and 3 with a really impressive start, very powerful, asserting themselves ahead of the field right away, pulling themselves around a little bit, but straightening out, not doing enough to really get in their own way. So again, that is going to be from the left side of your screen in lane 6, first 6-lane. Oh, yes, first 6-lane crew of the day. That's going to be Illinois, Santiago Sanchez Castillo and Jack Johnson. Ohio State to their right from your vantage point, Drayden Rowe, Jacob Hanna. In the middle, that will be Texas crew, I believe, in the lead right now. Luke Mastrian, Emmanuel Olivieri, Cal Poly Humboldt. Next to them, Cooper Jordan, Teofil Labus. Oklahoma State, Isaiah Newkirk and Jake Nichols. And then on the right side of your screen from Delaware, Senath Shiohere and Zarif Khan. I think both of those crews, oh man, I mean, Delaware, Oklahoma State, and Ohio State all fighting in that third place spot.
Absolutely, sort of coming up in here to try and get there. This is a sort of classic chevron. Although this is not, as we've been pointing out, a seeded event. It is a sorted event. Hopefully, Greg Hartza from Michigan will be here in a little bit to tell us how they put that all together. But the basic idea of going back to the heats here rather than to a time trial, a little bit more classic, but also you get the chance to have these tight races right from the beginning.
Right.
And a little bit more chance. I mean, part of what you're doing at a national championship is sort of stitching your quilt together, putting the last stitches on of a whole season. And you can still, and in fact you will, to be successful, you will need to still make some corrections, make some little changes, figure out that something didn't work quite as well. And when you're next to crews, that sort of forces that. So if you look at these two crews, you can see, even without taking ratings, that the crew on the left rowing a little bit lower, fewer strokes per minute. The crew on the right pushing up a little bit harder here. That appearing to be Texas and Cal Poly Humboldt.
Yes, Cal Poly Humboldt, first time at the event. They're very excited
there
to be
you
here.
go. And the Texas crew rowing a little bit lower, a little bit longer. Very nice and efficient stuff at about 34.
Wow, they really opened up on their
and it's
field.
just been pushing them away, those two on the field, but they're within a seat of each other,
yeah,
right next to each other. So you know that they're pushing quite hard to get themselves up there, but a contrast in styles. The other three crews behind them would be
Oklahoma State,
Delaware, Oklahoma State, and Ohio State, with Illinois trailing.
So if you were with me in the last heat, that was Texas A&M set the standard for the doubles event with a 7:20 time in their heat, 13 seconds faster than the two heats preceding them. Right now, these crews are all past the 1K mark, a little bit further away from the 1500, but we'll see if they can put that down. I'm going to reckon that they probably won't push under the 720 mark, but they're going to push ahead of the 733 just because they're next to each other.
Yeah.
Just because they have a crew to really feed them. They're not going to change their race plan. They're not going to freak out. It's not the most important thing to be the number one crew coming out of the seating's really good, but if they're this far apart,
just a great race going there.
And that is Cal Poly's bow ball is this far ahead. By the end, Texas isn't going to say, "Oh, that's a wrap."
32. Cal Poly has been closing the gap on them a little bit, also at a 32. But you can see a difference in the rhythm through. So Texas a little bit more power developing through the water there, and they're taking their seats back. Again, as we've said, in these small boats, you can change the boat speed, the hull speed, fairly radically, fairly quickly. So if you want to take a 10, you can try and either get into a crew or take it back.
And it's interesting, Texas is a little bit more upright and a little bit less long at the front end because their speed is in the water. So you can see that the swing they get is a little bit less than Cal Poly, but it's sending the boat further. Maybe
but
they have
Humboldt,
a little bit of
Humboldt there, they're going.
They're giving
you can
every
see it from here.
inch of
they
length
are
they have.
They are absolutely pushing to try and get up there and racing hard. And so right now there's a question about like sort of how do you hold your composure and just stay in your race and go there? Texas has actually had to raise their rating up in order to hold off that Humboldt crew. With 1,500 meters down, 500 meters to go, this is turning into a sprint here.
Yeah,
already.
yeah. This is how soon is too soon to sprint if it puts you in first.
Texas at 37 right now.
That's great. Cal Poly using every inch of length that they have. These guys are swinging every kind of vertebrae out of their spine. It's fantastic. Really wondering. I'd love to talk to some of these
at 33
athletes because it's been Cal Poly, SLO, and Sac State, where a lot of really good double sculling out of California in these smaller programs. So
well, some of those kids though, there's a lot of junior rowing in California, so they and these newer programs are coming from kids who rowed in high school and then want something when they get there.
Yeah.
Right. So not necessarily the vision of some of the Midwest crews where kids haven't rowed come and find the sport in college. Right. So
we're in the red buoys now. Texas has opened up their lead, and I think I'm totally wrong about that. Who's going to go under 7:20? I think these guys might set the time for the morning. Great work. They've been really good in the small boats the last few years, just missing out on the small boats trophy last year. Cal Poly's going to come in very soon after them, and then in the 5th and 6th spot in this race, we have Illinois and Ohio State.
You can see the shoulders getting tight in there. You can see the grip in the bow. The bow man is getting a little tight. The forearms seem like they're squeezing hard a little bit. Maybe that's just the way he rows, but it just looks like there's some tension coming in here. That's an awfully long way to sprint at 37.
That's a long way. So, yeah, they might not. Oh, yeah, they are. They're under the 7:20 mark. Congratulations, them. Fastest time in the event of the morning.
There you go, a 7:16.
7:16, and Cal Poly Humboldt just on the other side of that 7:20 mark. We'll find out in a second. 7:24. I think, grippy in the forearms.
So
but what I think I saw was that forearm grip. So there's a little bit of bend in the elbow, and that helps the lat engage a little bit sooner because I think a lot of the college guys are, if they spend any time sweeping, it's legs and it's core and it's swing, and it's hard to engage those lats with smaller handles, smaller blades. So instead of getting it all stuck up in the shoulders, it's sending it down to the right muscles that wrap around your back.
I was just seeing tension, but
you're sprinting at 37.
37 in the last 10 strokes of the
You can
race,
only be so
okay.
You can only be so loose and stretchy at a 37.
Absolutely. So totally fair there for them to be able to, and a great race to go out. And you can see they went from being within a seat to being 8 seconds apart over 250 meters. So there was some move happening on there. Maybe later Lavis and Jordan from Humboldt will, they'll know what they have to do they'll go back, they'll talk with their coaches.
Yeah, they'll go back to the drawing board.
They'll figure out, so when did that move happen? How did that happen? And, at this point, you may as well go hard if you can and sort of see what you have to do. Again, these sort of, and then fair way back to Ohio State, etc., for the rest of that race. And now we're moving from sculling from each athlete having 2 oars, one in each hand, to sweep rowing where they have a longer oar, a single oar, 2 hands on 1 oar.
To each their own oar.
To each their own oar, exactly, and only an oar.
If you are looking from the full slate of results from that last heat, you're going to see them on HereNow.com. If you're just joining us, we're going to walk through the progressions again because we love talking about it. The top 2 crews out of each heat in that event are moving directly to a semifinal to compete for either the grand final or the petite final. And then in the event, all 4 heats, the next 4 fastest times will also progress to that AB semi. So there's a lot at stake in the first race of the weekend for all of these crews that want to make that grand or petite final. And being in third or fourth place.
They have to lay down. If you want to make the grand final, the best way is to be in the top 2. And the next best way is to be as fast as you can. So there's no reason to back off on your speed, and then everyone else is getting sorted through speed as well. So
Yes. So
you're not in a position where you can just sort of go out and just sort of tack down the course a little bit.
no, in no case. So the third heat showed us some of the fastest times of a full heat, right? I think 1 through 6 were all under 8-minute mark. So we're going to compare, and we'll find out from the progression. What was the third and fourth fastest time? 8:16. Okay. So yeah, so the crews from Ohio State and Oklahoma State still have a fighting chance to make that A or B semifinal. But we're going to move on to the race that is on the course from left to right. You see lanes 1 through lane 6. It's a 6-boat race. So Georgia in lane 1 right there. That is Kira McHugh and Cassie Christensen. VCU Club out of Richmond is Olivia Cruzado and Helen McDowell. Texas Crew, Robin Giles and Lauren Kanzi. William and Mary, first time seeing them this morning. That is Elizabeth Bocock and Len Forer. Illinois, Gabrielle Simzik and McKenna Vishin. And UC Davis, Dia Murthy and Sienna Smith on the right side of your screen. And what's our chevron showing us? That's lane 3 and 4 in the lead right now?
Yeah, I think so. And you're seeing the steering issues here. While in the double, you tend not to use a toe steer to try and get yourself straight down the course. And really good pair rowers don't need to have a rudder to use. What I think you're seeing here is these two rowers, each with their own oar, have to be figuring out how to apply the power evenly and at the same time through the stroke. And they may do that great in practice, and then they get out into a race, and one person for some reason is doing something slightly differently than they've done.
Well, yeah. Or just the amount of power you're putting on it and the nerves of it all.
Yeah, it's not quite as matched. So really good pair rowers. In some ways, it's 98% power and 102% match and technique.
Right, because in the double, right, 4 oars, each person having 2, if one person's a little bit stronger or a lot a bit stronger, you can bring that back to a straight line. Here, if someone gets a little too excited or tries to really outpull their partner, you could mess up your race a little bit by turning
efficient than the other, or one has missed some water. The boat spins right away.
Yeah.
And so you get immediate feedback, and you should be able to sort of pull that up pretty well there.
Yeah, nicely done. So right now, leading your field is William and Mary.
Elizabeth Bocock and Len Forer.
They're really long. I think they've brought the rate down a little bit.
And now they're going completely straight.
Completely straight, but it looks more like a 30, maybe 32. But
Let's
it's even.
check that.
It's strong, and they have enough power there, and they can see
27 and a half even.
They can see the next closest competitor from University of Texas out of Austin. So there's not a lot of stress to keep it going. They know if they see Texas make a move, they'll bump it up. But right now, they're going to try and push themselves to the red buoys without overdoing their energy. I love the stroke out of it. Really good movement. Bow's putting a lot of extra power on it. In that third place spot, we have crew out of UC Davis and VCU duking it out for the third and fourth spot. What is the progression here? We've been talking about it in the
progression is always 2 out, and then with the pair, it's the next 6 fastest times because there are 3 heats of men and 3 heats of women. And we should have Greg Hartziff here any moment to talk to us about how this shift has happened in the regatta this year. One of the great things about the ACRA since its inception is that it is and has been a coach managed and driven regatta. So the coaches get together and are able to say, this is how our progression is going to work. These are the events we're going to have. And as a result, if if you've ever worked with Greg Hartsoff for even a day, you realize he is a master of Excel and a an absolute data wonk. Um, and he has done an awful lot of figuring out what we know and don't know about how crews progress in this regatta. So a lot of fun. Here we have the Texas crew from on top. Um, you can see a little tiny bit of rush coming up into the catch there, but moving, and they're just across the line there. William and Mary 8:29, and then there's Texas at an 8:38, as sort of setting the standards for what the speed will need to be later. They're both clearly moving on into the semifinals, which will be tomorrow. Um, and we'll see what the next time is up. But there was a fairly large gap there. Back to 9:04 with Smith and Murphy from UC Davis. 9:09 from Virginia Commonwealth. So that's where we're starting to see the sort of next times.
Right. So yeah, UC Davis is going to set the standard for those at-large times at 9:04. We'll see what the next heat brings us to see if anyone else sets that standard. But right now they're sitting in a nice spot, hoping to move on to the AB. Congrats to all those crews finishing their first race of the weekend. Heat 2 is on the course. Heat 2 is on the move. No lane 1 in this one. Very interesting. No lane 7. It's only 5-crew race for the next 2, which is probably why there's that +6 progression if you don't take the top 2 spots. So left side of your screen to the right is going to be lane 6 through lane 2. I'm sorry, from the left side of your screen was lane 6.
Yep.
That's going to be Grand Valley, Laker, Navy, Audrey Brokenshire and Jody Davis, Arizona State, Hannah Leakley, Peyton Lawrence. To the middle, Virginia Rowing Association, Elizabeth Freisinger, Ava Amato. Lane 3, Kansas State Association, Ansley Brewer, Paige Mink. And in lane 2 is Kelly James and Mariam Abdelgawad.
And it looks like we have Virginia easily out in front, if I have that correct. They're in the middle lane there, so Elizabeth and Ava really sort of pushing quite well up in front. Fairly easily out at this point. It seems to be Grand Valley sitting in second in lane 6. And with some connection there from Kansas State, Ainsley Brewer and Paige Mink. And there's still some connection there. But Virginia out very nice and easily. You can just see some very nice rhythm, very, very straight. About 33, which is a pretty good base pace. Even when you're out in front, you don't want to settle down too much.
No,
you just want to. You just want to. You probably the first time or very rare time that you have a chance to actually take speed down a buoyed course. Very few programs have a buoyed lane line or buoyed course at their training facilities. So when they get to this regatta to be able to actually do that, there is a buoy line at Virginia when they race, but I don't know if it stays in all the time or not. But nonetheless, to be able to have buoys on both sides, you just want to push, and you want to make sure that you're priming the bodies for going faster. You just want to be stitching together your whole regatta, as we've talked again before. So about almost 5 minutes in, they're
1,100, 1,200 meters into the race.
I would say just past 1,000 a little bit up in front.
And I think that's going to be Grand Valley and Kansas State, K-State,
that
are fighting for that second place spot and almost fully overlapped. I think Grand Valley just
looks like the race
ahead.
is actually tightening up a little bit with is that K-State moving? Who's sitting in third right now?
K-State's in third right now, and the white shell hanging on close
and starting to push and get up there to be able to close that. So it'll be a fun race. But as we watch this Virginia crew again. The rowing out of Virginia, always technically immaculate and brilliant. You see a nice little swing out there for their length. They're following the handle, particularly in the stroke, so you can just see her following the geometry, both actually, of the handle around, letting her outboard shoulder twist around for length instead of trying to reach forward.
Yeah, it's a really
Keeps
good
them
rotation.
very nice up in height, and the blades going in well together as they come through. We are very happy finally to be joined by Greg Hartsuff. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning.
And so, Greg, thanks for joining us. For folks who don't know, Greg Hartsuff is the one of the founding fathers of ACRA. There was a period back in rowing when the clubs used to be able to go to the IRA on the men's side and compete against the varsity programs. Greg had the temerity to coach a program whose varsity 8 beat every varsity 8 from every program at least once, except for Cal, Washington, and Harvard. So clubs aren't supposed to be able to do that, Greg.
No.
So, short story, we ended up with ACRA, and ACRA has been growing. This is the largest number of entries and athletes we ever had. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what do you think in these years has been sort of the biggest elements of helping the regatta grow to this size and this increasing also ability of the rowers? I mean, the rowing is getting better and faster.
Yes. Well, I think initially, the draw was teams that could no longer compete at the IRA got together. And then the initial date of ACRA was always on Memorial Day. And that from the IRA date, which is usually the first weekend in June, drew a few more teams. And then we had support from Oklahoma City. At that point, they wanted to get a big race in their venue, and they very kindly sponsored ACRA those first few years. Even the year in '09 when it came here to Oak Ridge, Oklahoma City sponsored that. So
because they couldn't host it themselves. They were doing work on the.
So it became a very cost-efficient situation. Now, when we did race at Oklahoma City,
wind and lots of debris.
Yes, your memory serves you well, Charlie. But it was a great racing experience, minus some of the conditions. And there was a call from Lake Lanier to move there. They put in a good bid, and
that was the '96 Olympic course.
That was the '96 Olympic course, a FISA-approved course.
8 lanes.
8 lanes on Olympic water, and it. The one thing that moving there did was allow the regatta to grow. The venue is literally bigger, and the lanes, that 8-lane course, did make a difference. And we were the first major regatta, collegiate regatta, to design an 8-lane progression. So in the initial years, there were not time trials. It was all seeded and heats. Correct. And it grew to the point where the 8 lanes allowed us to keep a 2-day schedule. And as that lured more and more teams, the regatta grew and grew, of course. And very much like a gas expands to fill the container it's in, so did ACRA as a venue. So
you're calling ACRA a big fart.
Real quick. So we just finished Heat 2 of the women's pair. Virginia finishing in first place.
8:29, almost identical
to William & Mary. So that's going to be great. In the semifinal, Grand Valley squeezing ahead to take that second place spot. Kansas State very close by. I think they dropped back just a little bit to 5 seconds back, but still in the mix for at large. And what happened in the last race is lane 5 didn't finish the race. They flipped, and now the refs let them come back and take over lane 1 of this third heat. So now we have a 6-boat race. I believe that is lane 6 on the left side of your screen, Georgia Tech, with Sophia Klessel, Trinity Hinton, Lafayette. Next to them, Olivia Frank, Naomi Springer-Galst, Liberty in the middle, Elena Deegan, Ali Reed, first crew we've seen out of them this weekend. They did really well in small boats last year. University of Cincinnati, 2 unknown Bearcats, and then lane 2 on the right side of your screen, Oklahoma State, and then I'm going to say Arizona State is in lane 1 on the far side of the screen, having a little bit of steering trouble, and it's real toss-up between, I think, OK State and Liberty. No, I think Liberty is firmly in the lead of this event. OK State.
They're starting to move out here nicely about 3 minutes in. The rowing at Liberty really picking up nicely in the last couple of years with a new coach that they've had there. I think she's in her 4th year now, and the speed has just been getting better. Again, you
Debbie
can see,
Prowse.
Yep, you can see just a little bit of swing here and there in those crews, but the bright red crew from Liberty out there. And again, getting to the progression here, Greg, what we see is 2 crews going through and then some next fastest times. But when is it that ACRA started going to a time trial as the first set of racing?
So once you exceeded a certain number of heats, it makes more sense to start with the time trial, and the time trial would effectively seed your semifinals. Your typically 3 semifinals for that number of teams.
How do you seed a women's pair?
There's very little information that allows you to do it.
Yeah.
So you end up having the time trial that will take the times from that race and then dump you into the various spots.
So the use of the time trial was in some ways a fairness issue to make sure that, and you know, as we said earlier, you were off coaching, obviously, but you never know who someone's pair is. Is it some people out of the 8 that 2 people or two kids are graduating, and so they just don't come to the regatta, and you break down to a 4 and a pair. You know, there's all sorts. So it could be 2 of the best athletes you have in a program. It could be 2 not so good athletes.
It could be 2 kids out of a 2V that was broken down into a 4, a double, and a pair.
Yeah, exactly. So no way of sort of even knowing from results earlier in the season what was going on. So we moved to time trials at that point.
Now, we didn't time trial everything.
Yeah,
That's right.
We just time trialed the events that exceeded
a certain size.
32 entries, essentially.
Yeah. And we have Sam Dempsey, the head referee of the regatta, also sort of standing over our corner, and I'm sure that Sam is sitting there going, thank God we don't have to do time trials this year, as he smiles. Because from a just sort of practical standpoint, they actually are less easy than lining people up than just having 6 crews go off at once.
Yeah.
Actually, from our perspective, when you have more than 30,
Sam is talking to us.
Novice crews.
Yeah.
It's easier to do time trials because the seating improves so much.
So what Sam is saying is that particularly with novice crews, it's easier to get good seating off of those. We're going to take a little bit of a call on the race
I was
here.
also going to say that the athletes in the race right now appreciate having a heat because they can see 4 crews in really close proximity to each other late in the race, 1,500 meters in. And this is really going to help them figure out, like, oh, was that time my time trial? Am I close to that other crew?
Am I actually going fast enough?
Yeah, is that
I don't know in the same way.
Right, is that other crew close to me in time because they went, on the gas until the pedal broke and I just gave it 70% pressure?
Yeah.
Or, are we really evenly matched up? Liberty, pretty long, not a super high rate. I'm going to say just barely
we have
above
the technology.
30. Liberty athletes gave us a lot of notes. This shells
31.
31. This shells the double dose. They thought it was a great name due to the nature of rowing and 2 people in the boat, and they're giving it a dose of speed right now. And they're still being chased by that Oklahoma State crew who are hanging on really close. And then really tight in the 3rd and 4th spot is the University of Cincinnati crew and Lafayette. Makes a lot of sense.
Oklahoma State at a 28, just nice loping and long as they're pushing
really
through
long
here.
front end. They have some stretch. They have some hang.
And then Ohio State, did you say?
Oklahoma State in 2nd. University of Cincinnati, I believe, in the 3rd place spot. Or no, Lafayette in 3rd place and Cincinnati trailing them tightly.
Oh, got you.
I
was just trying to read the oars, the blade.
It's tough. They're in the water for half the time we're trying to read them.
Exactly. So, Greg, why then, if these time trials in some ways give such good initial sorting, um, did the coaches decide to go back into heats and get rid of the repechage? For people who are listening who aren't clear, repechage is this sort of it's a French word which means to refish. So
Yeah.
you throw everyone back in and you pop them back up in there so that you would take some crews out of the heat, and then to make sure you get the right crews moving forward, you have this sort of second chance race. But when you had the time trials, you didn't have to have any repechage.
No. And the repechages were popular when we had them. What we were finding, though, is statistically they didn't help sort the event any better. And in some cases, over 3 days, having to race 4 times, it actually put crews
At a
at
disadvantage. If
Yeah.
they were sort of on the brink of making the top 12.
Yeah, in all the years that we did repechages, was roughly 10 years.
Yeah.
Only one crew ever won a medal
Mhm.
who came through the rep.
Do you remember who that was?
That was produced 2V about 4 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when I told you that Greg, if you spend even 5 minutes with Greg, you realize he is a data wonk guy. Here you go. So I'm sure Greg went and looked at this. So you all, the coaches, brought a proposal about this regatta, and
Yeah.
how did that all work?
So we were also managing a bunch of constraints.
Okay.
Constraints on time. Now we moved to 3 days several years ago.
Yeah.
and
But
that-
only really 2.5, because we have to be done
correct.
Sunday afternoon so people can get their planes back out.
Correct. Yeah, that is, we're accommodating crews that have to travel a long way, primarily from the West Coast and New England, that have to get back for classes
Yep,
on Monday.
or
So-
exams or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's one thing to manage. We have the hard stop on at 1 o'clock on Sunday. So we started as the regatta grew, and it became clear like the repechages were just taking up too much time.
Yeah.
Right.
And we looked for a different system. We did employ some time trials for the larger events, but time trials don't actually save you any time.
Right.
They do a nice job of managing a large number, but unless you have 3 heats or more, it's not going to be a time saver for you, because it takes as much time to stage a time trial and run it
As 3 heats.
as it does. And then we've also heard from coaches over the years, and particularly the athletes, they prefer to do side-by-side racing.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what they've prepared for all year. And while time trials are fair, people would prefer to race side-by-side.
because you're just going. Otherwise, you're rowing down the course in your own bubble.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so looking at how the constraints worked, we then looked at what World Rowing has gone to in the last couple years. And
They've just changed the progression system for the Olympics and the World Championships.
that's
and
right. And
yeah.
this is a race that takes place over a course of a week.
Right.
Yeah.
And they also had employed repechages
Yeah.
for years. And
There was also always a feeling that repechage was unfair
yeah,
because
and
you have to do a fourth effort.
the additional
yeah.
effort. Yeah. So what they sort of did is hybridized it. Is now you have a bunch of heats.
Yeah.
The times for, within each heat you have a couple, 1, 2, or 3 places that move on automatically, and then the rest of the teams will be sorted by time, and
into semifinals.
and you'll look at those, and then they just get placed as a basic seeding off of how the selected crews that finish first or second or whatever the progression calls for goes into the middle.
Yeah.
And then the outside is filled. So it gives you basically 2 avenues.
Yeah.
To progress into semifinals.
And you have to have speed either way.
Yeah.
It's not there. So we're seeing the first heat of the men's pair here coming across the
Yeah,
line.
Grand Valley just put down a smoking fast time, way ahead of the field at 7:13. Vanderbilt just sprinted ahead of Oklahoma State to they were ahead in the last 500, but to hold on 7:34. This is another one. Top 2 automatically go to the AB semifinal, and then the next 6 come through. So Oklahoma State 7:38 probably going to be leading the pack there. The women's heat finished with, that was Liberty in the first place spot, Oklahoma State in the second place spot, Lafayette in third, and Cincinnati in fourth. I would expect when it all shakes out, all 4 of those crews will probably make it to the AB semifinals based on the level of rowing.
So Cincy was 8:49, which was the third place time in the second heat, and would have been the third place time in the first heat. So they should absolutely.
So
we'll see.
And yeah, that just speaks to the level of small boats rowing from those 4 programs. They've been really investing in that the last few years.
A lot of coaches, a lot of athletes looking at HereNow.com and trying to do their own quick count of where they are to see if they move forward.
Yeah,
which is
and then we have heat number 2 on the course right now. From the left side of your screen at the lane 6 mark is Michigan with Elijah Cook and Sammy Dubaisi. Bucknell to their right. Well, now we have, this is top of your screen. So moving down, Bucknell, Sam Langlois, and Charlie Theodore. North Georgia back with another a lot in the small boats going on with Bryce Hamilton, Eric Bacon, URI, Aiden Melanson, and Sam Proler. Colorado State, Ashby Dietz and Seth Shrimsama, and Illinois, Aditya Haridas and Harry Sutcliffe.
So, Greg, quickly, what can you tell us about Dubaisi and Cook, Elijah and Sammy?
These are like any guy on the team. They work hard, and they can come from our 4V, cusp of the 3V.
Yeah.
They are new to the pair. I run a fall pairs matrix, which is fairly popular on the team.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
these
think
guys were not.
Well,
in
I
at
think
that point.
Eli was.
Eli was.
Yeah. And but this really sort of made, they're both juniors, so it makes sense for them. I thought it would benefit them to get this experience in the pair, for their future.
And it looks like they're having a pretty good race here. You can see them on
Bucknell's tail.
On Bucknell's tail there. Bucknell and Michigan. Quite a good rivalry developing between those teams for sure.
Yeah. Great coaching, great depth. There's probably, Bucknell, Michigan, Purdue, some of the only crews that are probably fielding 5/8 at a time, even without the freshmen.
And Bucknell up at 36, Michigan at also 36. Their racing instruction, I'm assuming, was get yourself in the top 2 if you can, but don't kill yourself to win if you don't have to.
But
just go.
Yeah. Just don't even think about that. Just race.
Yeah.
The one thing that I think probably most coaches have prepared their athletes for, which is different with this progression system,
right?
Because the times matter.
Yeah.
Don't
back off.
We expect more competitive heats.
Yeah.
We don't expect there will be heats. I mean, maybe there is a crew that's just that good and they're way out in front.
Right.
Yeah.
But the additional qualifying spots, you have 6 qualifying times.
Yeah.
You never know where that's going to come from.
And it looks here, we can see the Michigan crew very nicely locked and pushing and matching the Bucknell crew right in front of them. Sort of had a couple of strokes there that were a little unfortunate, I think, as they tried to go into their sprint.
Yeah.
So Michigan closed up. I don't think it's going to change the order.
No, but if it can close the gap at all.
Yeah.
There's really good rotation out of the stroke man here. You got that nice outside
shoulders,
almost
absolutely
overlapping with the inside knee, really giving every little bit of length. But, I think there might be overlap by the time they finish, but these guys are going to just reset and round up for semifinal. Third place crew here, though, really pushing themselves back into the conversation. That's great. I believe that's North Georgia here, also fielding a lot of small boats.
Yeah, North Georgia actually out of that course in Gainesville, Georgia, the Atlanta course, and they've been trying to build a program for a little bit, and finally this year so Michigan trains there over spring break, and there just were a lot more guys rowing for North Georgia than there had been before.
Yeah.
They've got a great facility.
Howell, who's really trying to get it built up, and he's took over for Charles Hutmaker this past year. So.
Yeah. So within ACRA and the coaches, what was the process of proposing a new a new format and getting it adopted? Because most of the coaches, when we've been talking, when Eddie and I have been asking, sort of leading into this racing, how do you feel about the new format? Most of them are saying, oh yeah, it's pretty good, but yeah, we'll see on Sunday. Like, did it work for me? Did it not work for me?
Yeah, yeah.
But within the coaching community within ACRA, what was that process like? Because I think if there are some IRA coaches and some NC2A coaches listening to any of this today, I think they're a little envious of the amount of control and agency that the coaches in ACRA have about forming the championship regatta.
Yeah, the board itself, I mean, when we set out to form the organization back in 2007 and 8, one of the things that we knew that we wanted to have was the coaches oversee it.
Yeah.
We're the ones who care about it the most, that for what's best for the athletes. And, we also wanted a fair representation system.
Okay.
And so you have the 6 regional reps. ACRA has 6 regions, and
Yep.
then you have 3 executive officers. So the 9 of us are the decision-making body, and form the ideas and take feedback from the membership to help guide us. And
So
the
facing all these
progression system is probably one of the hot button topics.
Sure, but
it's the one that
facing-
people care about a lot.
Yeah, well, because you need fairness.
Yes.
First of all.
Yes. Yes.
And you want to make sure that your crews feel they have a fair shake when they come in. And these issues of constraints are real as the regatta is growing, and I'm sure for the ACRA coaches who might be listening on this, sort of got to be prepared for 3 full days coming up in the next year or two.
Yes.
If,
I mean, just to give everybody an idea of what we have to balance, the referee corps, the
Yep.
aging referee corps, is only so big.
Yep.
And they need a break. And
yeah,
I mean, you've got to have time to refuel. You've got to have time to shift your volunteers. And so what happens? Basically, the threshold we've come to is there's roughly 70 races in a day that you can handle on Friday and Saturday.
Gotcha.
And half as many on Sunday. Well, 40, roughly 40. All right.
So just to sort of break here a little bit, we have this men's pair heat 3. In lane 1 is Tulane, in lane 2 Sac State, lane 3 Lafayette, lane 4 Clemson, lane 5 Wash U, and lane 6 Northwestern. And that seems to be Sac State and is that Sac State and Clemson, or is that Lafayette and Wash U out in front there? From where I am, it's we can't see the blades because of the sun, but I think that is lanes
it looks Wash U
2 and 4. So I think Sac State and I don't know, hard to tell. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there are 3 seats. There are 2 inside. So yeah, so Wash U in second, trying to push up on Sac State in first, coming in again. But what you're seeing here is the second state of what you did after you decided to move into this. As we've been saying all morning, you could sort crews. You can't really seed them in the smaller boats. The 8s are all seeded.
Correct.
With a coach's poll. And the other thing that ACRA coaches polls do is among the coaches, it is completely open. So you see exactly how every other coach has ranked every other crew.
That's right.
So it's not political.
No,
The politics sort of goes, so it's transparent, absolutely.
But any coach who submits a seed should be able to justify how they seeded their crews.
And at times, if it's wrong, you go back to them and say you have an opportunity to resubmit your seed.
Yeah.
Like so perhaps you didn't see that so-and-so beat so-and-so
correct.
last
That
weekend.
seeding process, you take the seeds. I will let the seeding, those who submitted seeds, see how every other coach seeded before it's made public.
Yep.
They have an opportunity to adjust their seeds, which usually statistically several coaches do.
Yeah. So Wash U having pushed back up nicely into Sac State, but Sac State still coming across in a 7:27 and a 7:28 there in these pairs, and the other heat, the first heat was at a 7:13. That's still that Grand Valley time, really sitting out there. But those are the second and third fastest times. The second heat was a 7:53 from Bucknell and a 7:56 from Michigan. So sort of. So you have them sorted by sort of crews that from the results you have look like they might be in the fastest cohort, and then
Correct.
crews in a second cohort, crews in a third cohort. Those are spread out.
Correct.
But that's where you're then taking regions and regionality into concern. How does
Correct.
that work?
Well, any non-8s event will have some results that you can look back on the season. And
Sure.
most typically, and pretty much this falls on the shoulders of Kyle Dowd, who is one of our admins. And he will go through, identify all of the medalists at races like CIRA, the Dad Vale, MACRA, WIRA, New England's, the regional races essentially. And from them, identify the best crews, the winning crews, the medaling crews.
Yeah.
Separate them so they're not in the same heat. And then identify sort of a next level crews who are in the finals maybe, showed some speed. And then try and balance them that way, but also separate the regions.
Yeah.
So oftentimes you look at a heat and there's going to be a crew from the plains, one from the mid-Atlantic, Great Lakes, the South, the West Coast, New England, Northeast, right? So there's some regional diversity there.
So the three crews that race each other all spring in California don't have to come here and see each other again.
Correct.
Yeah. So we're picking up now a quad. This has been again a sort of growing event slowly at the regatta. I think we have 2 heats of quads. It looks like 11 overall. And so the progression here for the quad, therefore, is the top 2 plus the next 2 fastest times, because you'll have 4 come out from the 2 heats and then the next 2 fastest times. And we have in this one in lane 6, and out in front is Purdue, William Keys, Samuel Wilklarowitz, Connor Bowen, and Taylor Towns seem to be up in front. Purdue really proving itself with a new coach, Jack to Tomlinson to
Kel
really
Manson.
sorry, to really be building a program. They were very successful. They won last year in the 8 and were the national team champions 2 years ago before Jack was there. But then Jack took his crew to the Royal Henley Regatta, where they were quite successful. Although, interestingly, they ended up against Virginia in the second race. I mean, come all the way across the Atlantic to race each other. Their quad here, very nice out in front. Also in this race, Chattanooga in lane 5, Bowdoin in lane 4, George Mason in lane 3, Vanderbilt in lane 2, and Grand Valley in lane 1. And so we have very nice rowing out of that Purdue quad, really swinging together quite well. And then George Mason, it seems, in the yellow in second. Bob Spousta, who's the director of rowing there, is one of the best scullers in sort of the history of the head of the Charles in particular.
Yeah.
And really has some great rowing going there. That would be their focus. While for Purdue, these guys are probably like 3V-ish is my guess, without knowing that, because
Probably
the
4V. They're usually deep.
Yeah, but you just don't know where they've chosen or who that is. But there you can see the depth of a program. They're swinging very nicely. Again, the top 2 to go through. Quads almost as fast as 8s.
Right.
Over 2,000 meters. They don't have to haul a coxswain down the course, so maybe that's helpful. So, Greg, what do you think for you? What will make the the regatta successful with this new progression? How would you measure if it's successful?
Well, obviously, if you feel like you awarded the championship to the right crew,
Yeah.
but I think one thing that more and more teams are pushing for are the team points.
Yeah.
And if you feel you had a fair and correct order,
Yeah.
I think coaches will probably embrace it. You
And
know?
as long as the right crews are making and with your semifinals, that does happen. So
Yes.
so we
Typically, when you look at the results on championship day on the very last set, the grand final, A final,
Yeah.
B final, and so on, you'll usually have some of the faster times in the B final maybe overlap with some of the bottom times in the A final, and some of that's just
well, people had to go,
circumstances
or
of
they,
racing dictating
yeah,
how.
because they had to go harder in the semifinal to make the final,
Yeah, yeah.
and that's where they spent their energy,
Yes,
and the
yes.
other guys didn't quite, or they're like, oh, we're going to show that we're really better. Yeah.
Correct.
And
And
that parity in ACRA crews at that level, also at the IRA, also at the NC2A.
Correct.
That's
and then
just
the
a
same
lot
thing
of people
happens
can be the
B
same speed.
final to C final,
Yeah.
and in that. And what I have found, having coached the World University Championships teams the last number of years, when FISA last year in Germany, the first year that I saw it actually live,
Yeah.
and had to work a crew through that progression.
And they didn't have a great start to the regatta.
They didn't, and they ended up winning the petite final, the men's four. But the one thing that I noticed immediately was, and this is the case with international rowing, is there is no shutting it down.
No, you
in
go
there.
hard.
Yeah,
Right.
And there is no real easy path. Right.
It used to be at the IRA, and there were a couple of programs that were particularly famous for this, or infamous for this, is that they would almost shut down 600 meters into their heat, knowing they weren't going to be in the crew that goes out, knowing they had a rep to come in the afternoon, and it would sort of mess up the sort
Yes.
of who was in what. So you might end up with a particular Philadelphia school in your rep, and they were theoretically the 6th place crew, but they weren't.
Correct. Yeah. And that is avoided with this progression.
Yeah.
You know, because of the time factor.
It sort of forces honesty.
Yes.
From if there's some programs that I don't know, is it unfair to say it's dishonest? They're working the system the best that they need to.
Sure.
So they're just doing what they need to do in the regatta, but it sure is
They're not breaking any rules.
They're not breaking any
No.
rules, and it's not dishonest or anything like that. It's just a pain.
Yeah. I don't think it gives you necessarily the best order in
No.
the end.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what coaches are after when it comes to, how you fare in the team points.
Yeah. And
Speaking
I think
of team points, we
Yes.
have Bucknell leading their quad heat number 2 right now. A team that had they broke into the team points top 5 last year, 2 years ago.
which was a major program goal for them.
Absolutely right. And as they are always fast in their top events, but as they get faster and faster, making sure that everybody on the roster is in that same position. So left to right of your screen right now is going to be lane 6, Michigan State. Lane 5, Virginia, a little bit back there. Bucknell up in the lead. Clarkson with the quad. I don't think I saw that last year. And then University of Georgia over there on lane 2. Only 5 boats in this event. Top 2 progress directly to the AB semifinal. And then of this event, next 2 fastest times will move to that's straight to the grand final, and then the rest of the B final. There's no semis for this event, but really great looking rowing out of this Bucknell
That
crew.
is very nicely ordered sculling there from Bucknell. Just guys moving together very cleanly. The quad moves so quickly you don't have time to get out of sync and have it work. And so very quiet shoulders. Dan Waldman, their coach, very definitely knows how to teach guys to row, and he doesn't have, it's a small school. That's the thing that they will point out.
Small
to you
school,
forever.
big program though. I think
Small
they had
school, big
4 or
program.
5 eights if you include the freshman eights this fall. So these guys are probably some 4V athletes, and I wonder how much time they had on the Susquehannons lineup. That river was a little bit tough to row on, I heard, this year. It was quite the flow coming out of the winter. You row one way, it's a 4-minute split. You row the other, it's a 125. That's at rate 18. So these guys look like if they've any practice time they've gotten, they've used well. They're a very strong and coordinated crew. Next two, it's a duke out.
It's a duke out for 3 crews, actually.
Between that Clarkson and Michigan State boat. So again, Clarkson has been really big in the sculling scene, in the single, the double. I think they had a pair last year as well. We talked to one of their single scullers. This is the first time I've seen a quad, which really makes sense in the commitment to sculling shells.
The bowman there, Martin Peter Ronk, with a very Dutch spelling of the name. So, you know, who knows if he is Dutch or isn't Dutch, or, you know, sort of is coming over here for education, but still a great name in there. Also, Emilio Jacobek, another rower in that boat.
Yeah.
And again here,
but Michigan State's not letting them go. I think they maybe have half of the bow deck. Clarkson over Michigan State, but Georgia also has half a length of overlap over Clarkson, so they're definitely going to be pushing their way. This is going to be one of those situations I think the 3rd and 4th place crews are going to find themselves
it's the next fastest time
pretty far up in that next fastest time ranking. Bowman for Michigan State looking over at the crews next to him as he looks to overtake Clarkson here and is doing it. Fortunately, all 3 of his other guys are facing forward. Michigan State, I think, starting to make a mini move here as they are in the last 1,500 meters.
So it was a 7:13 for Bowdoin in the first heat, which is the current next fastest time. But there's still a race here just for the automatic progression. And Michigan State out in front by maybe a seat now.
Maybe.
And getting pushed on by Clarkson, and they're bringing
Clarkson and Georgia.
And then Georgia's being brought along with them. Yeah.
So that's going to be great. No one's in the red buoys yet to indicate the last 250 meters, and no one is letting their foot off the gas. None of that shut down. Might be a bit of a crosswind in the first half of the course with the times we're seeing so far in the quad, but it is clean water as they hit the last 250 and put it on. So we'll see if anybody makes a move. Still basically holding the same overlap here. Michigan State, quarter of a bow deck up on Clarkson. Clarkson half a length up on University of Georgia. All crews looking to push right around that 7-minute mark. I think that Bucknell crew maybe the only one getting under 7 minutes, if anybody does, in this heat. There you go, 6:50, about 10 seconds faster than the last crew. And Michigan State through the line. Clarkson through the line. Georgia through the line. Yep, 2-3 crews maybe under that 7-minute mark. Clarkson at 7. So they are faster than the fastest time out of the last heat. So they are absolutely in position to move to the A final. Congratulations to all of the crews in that event. Virginia just about 100 meters away from crossing the finish line to wrap up their morning. That will wrap up our quads, men's quads for the morning. And we're moving back into the sweep and into our first novice event of the weekend. This is the lightweight novice 4. We have 5 crews in the event. On the left side of your screen will be Michigan's novice crew, then UC Santa Barbara, Fordham in the middle, possibly in the lead right now. It's University of Central Florida on the right of them, and Alabama in lane 6 on the right side of your screen. So it looks like UCSB and Fordham are doing their best to take the lead early in this heat. Progression over here will be top 2 moving through, and then the next 2 fastest times of the event straight to a grand final. Only 2 heats for this, so no need for semifinals here.
sorry I stepped away just a little bit there. Full disclosure, I coached with Greg for 20-something years at Michigan.
Really?
Yeah, who would have
I
known?
wouldn't have been able to tell.
Never at all. And I still, although I'm now retired from formal coaching, am consulting with some programs, and Greg is kind enough to keep me somewhat employed. Do a lot of video watching and go down on their spring break, and some of his 1V guys just showed up behind the announcing thing, and they wanted to say hi, so I had to go see hi. It seems like they're in a good space for racing later in the day, talking about the Peach system that has been installed on their boat. And how
Did you
it
put
has
a
been
Peach system on this lightweight novice 4?
We did not.
Oh, okay. That's too bad. That's too
We
bad.
didn't have the metric pins required for it.
Oh, I bet that would be some very exciting data to see. So there, I believe in that third place spot on the left side of your screen, Fordham about half a length up on the next closest crew in the lead, and UCSB, University of Santa Barbara, in second with the novice bucket. So if you're not in the rowing world, a bucket, if you look at that crew, left side of the screen.
The yellow
Yeah,
blades.
yellow oars. You have stroke seat, and then you have 2 oars on the same side, and then bow seat back on port side. And typically a bucket is because there's so much speed in the boat, you got to catch it in a bucket. But really, it involves those 2 oars of consecutive seats on the same side. And there's a bunch of reasons you might do that. You have a couple guys who have the same erg, similar to different ergs, or they just have that rhythm together, and it wouldn't make sense to have them 2 seats apart. Makes more sense, especially in a boat as small as this for sweep, to bunch them together. UCSB in their 60th year of club rowing, and this is their head coach's first year with the program, Sean McCrea. So crews, I think, are going to match what he and his coaching staff have in line for, what is it, the Gauchos?
The Gauchos.
Gauchos rowing. Fordham in second year under coach Jamie Kopis, who is quite the remarkable rower himself, and last year came onto the scene, I think their first ACRA, and just made a splash. Other coaches talking to us like, wow.
I'm having to keep an eye on
I
Fordham.
have to keep an eye.
Direct quote from a West Coast coach,
And
who will remain unnamed.
And if some people didn't know that after last year, they're going to know it this year, this lightweight novice crew putting
Fordham
on.
also moved, so traditionally Fordham and the Fordham women still row actually out on the bay. It's
Yes, out of
it's
City Island in New York City.
Island, and it's not great water, and it's all over the place. Jamie moved them over to the same water that Columbia has moved to train on in Leonia, New Jersey.
So that's the Overpeck Creek Park, which it's buoyed most of the year. It's much calmer. There's no other traffic, but it'll give you some wind. It'll give you some wind to contend with
until about March. Until about May. Sorry, but it's been quite nice. So I got to see these guys out on the water the other day when I was working with Columbia. It's the same rowing that I was seeing. There's very ordered. You can really see that they're putting a push here. They're not backing away, in part because Santa Barbara is also coming on at them hard. Santa Barbara to row, you've got to drive almost 40 minutes up and over a mountain range to get from the beach up into to Lake Cachuma, which is also some gorgeous, but you have to go in the morning because the wind in the afternoon off the ocean and coming up over the mountain just means that the water is almost unrowable. But so those 2 lightweight novice 4s really sort of looking quite solid and very good. This race for third
right now is Alabama, just ahead of Michigan. And
about
I think
astern.
Yeah, about astern. So that's going to be tough. But Michigan they show their best rowing in the last third of the race, and I'm sure these novice guys know that. And then that is Central Florida holding on the rest of the pack. So again, top 2 go to the grand final. Next 2 fastest times in the event will also go to the grand final, and we'll see if Michigan and Bama have the speed to earn that. So
if you look at this this Fordham crew there, though, just very nice blade work in here, and then Santa Barbara in white tanks. Normally, historically they've had these bright yellow tanks that are pretty famous, and they're pushing very nicely. Again, you can see the bucket that Eddie was talking about earlier. That puts the balance of the physics on opposite sides of the boat absolutely right across from each other. So theoretically, it means you should go straighter. It doesn't really make a huge difference. It's really more about how the bodies hook up and match. And UCSB sort of trying to push back in there fairly hard. So a nice race there.
And then, so we're going to have, that's Alabama going to come through the line in the third place spot, and Michigan, and we'll see what the standard is for those next 2 times, those at-large speeds, to make it to the grand final of their event, 7:35. So we'll see if anybody in, or more than one crew, in the next heat can actually beat that.
And so here we are into the second heat of the lightweight 4 for novices. Lightweight here is 160 max, but no averaging. So you just have to be at under 160 pounds. So very few people in ACRA are really running lightweight programs anymore. Delaware has the longest history of having had a pretty strong lightweight program as a lightweight program separate from its heavyweights program, and their coach Tristan has been thinking through that with his team and with his alumni about whether that makes sense. But now that they're coming to ACRA, there's not a lightweight 8 here, so the putting together the fastest 8 that they can has become the priority, and it's done pretty well for them actually. So we'll see how that goes. But there's still a bunch of lightweight guys around there. But you'll notice that they are not in a freshman lightweight 4. So that's sort of how these programs are evolving. So we have Purdue, we have UMass, we have Minnesota, we have Florida.
So Purdue leading right now in Minnesota. Scott Armstrong's guys, or his staff's guys, in that second place spot. So a lot of good Midwest power up there. These crews not quite to the 1K mark yet, but pretty clear separation. Purdue also another bucket, so maybe that's a trend.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Florida also with a bucket rig. Maybe all the coaches got together and talked about what they're going to do this weekend. But working pretty well for the Boilermakers right now, and for the Golden Gophers.
And so here what you have, so Greg, your Michigan novice lights, like 3F guys, 2F guys, finding 4 guys whose natural weight is at 160 or under.
Yes. If they all hadn't been able to make weight, we would have had to dip into a coxswain to fill the boat.
So it was just like, again, trying after you've selected a freshman 8 and a second novice 8, then you sort of look at, okay, where's the 4? Is there a lightweight 4?
Who could actually be lightweight?
Yeah. Does someone go up and fill out a varsity seat if you needed, sort of in the small boat
almost
circus?
happened.
Yeah. And I think that's also probably what you're seeing at Purdue. It's not, and it's what you're seeing at Minnesota, these big programs. And then some other places like Fordham, like this is actually sort of like what they have, right? So it makes sense for them to be there, but it's so sort of different groups. But again, 9 lightweight novice 4s. How many heats of the Frosh 4 do we have later today? The open weight 4? 5 of them, right? So that's where, again, sort of lightweight rowing is not disappearing completely, but it is not what it was 20 years ago in terms of focus. And
no, in the first years of ACRA, we'd had a full final of lightweight 8s.
Yeah.
It was an event for the first several years, and that was on the heels of lightweight rowing starting to become less and less popular.
Yeah. And when we looked at it in the junior programs, as U.S. rowing got sort of moved away from lightweight events in the juniors, there was a sort of almost too long a process of making that happen. What we found is that a lot of those open weight 8s actually had lightweight or lightweight-ish kids in them, particularly at the junior level. If you talk to the lightweight college coaches, they don't recruit the lightweight kids because they're not big enough to row lightweight at college, actually. Interestingly, they need to find the guy who's 170, 175 and can cut down, and is 6'3" and has the erg score to go with it. And a bunch of those guys will sit in, like the bowman of your varsity 8 is not the biggest guy in the world.
No. No.
But he can make a boat run.
He knows how to row. Yeah.
He knows how to row. He was
He's
your
earned
stroke.
the seat.
He was the stroke for a bit there,
Yeah.
and really sort of making the boat move.
Well, what we were finding in that era is, if you deprived your varsity 8 of speed,
Yeah.
for a lightweight guy who could make the lightweight 8 faster, what often you ended up with was two mediocre-ish boats.
Yeah. So, but here we have Purdue out in front, very nicely and easily, swinging quite well. And then it looks to me like Minnesota in second and Florida in third, or UMass. Yeah, Florida in third with UMass sort of trailing a little bit there. And again, it's just going to be down to sort of the time of who are the next 2 times to sort of go through. We're coming in at like almost 7 minutes here for the for this first heat, and Alabama went a 7:35.
Yeah, for that next fastest time. So I think they're still in, but we'll see what the third fastest time is here.
And Michigan was at 7:38. So if third place is faster than 7:38, they will be in. Which I don't know. We'll see. I think that's going to happen. And we'll just see where that goes. So Purdue at a 7:20. Fordham was at 7:09 in the last one. Minnesota 7:23.
I think it's going to make the first heat faster than this one. I think a bit of a crosswind coming up. Slowing
but Florida
times down
goes
a little
in
bit.
at 7:32, which
Oh,
is
great
faster
work.
than Alabama and Washington, and Michigan. Sorry, and so the Michigan flashlights are just going to miss making the final. It looks like. So that's so it's here's your progression system working. Well, thanks, Greg, for joining us this morning and helping us understand this.
You're welcome.
Hope that was helpful for the coaches. If you have or people listening, really sort of pointing out all the little thought that goes into making this regatta as successful and as much fun.
Every
as
year
it
is a
for the
big
guys.
puzzle that has pieces that are similar to last year, but slightly different.
And
you
some
have
of them
to make
are
it all
political.
fit together, yeah. Because you're talking roughly 170 some races.
Yeah.
And that's, it takes time. We considered going to a 4th day of racing this year as another solution, but after discussion, it was resisted by enough programs that would change what they do.
Yeah,
if some are still in classes, and so we just said, okay, we're going to have to find a way to keep it on 3 days, and this was.
But 3 full days is probably the next move.
Yeah, possibly. Just depends.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah, it just depends.
If it's needed. But the better the regatta is.
The more lanes you have, the more people you can race at once.
That's true.
That's being on more than a 6-lane course is helpful.
And so here there are 7 lanes you can use.
There are 7 lanes, which helps.
And Gainesville there are 8.
And Gainesville, there's a handful of 8-lane courses out there now.
Yeah.
So.
You have one more year at this regatta at this.
This is the last year,
and then it's open.
And then we'll look at taking bids from other venues.
So who knows where we'll be? Maybe we'll be in Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Well, there's a number of venues that we'll submit bids probably.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Oak
yeah,
Ridge, we would love to come back here because it's just such a nice course. It's
They do a great job.
one
for
of the best venues in the country,
Really?
hands down.
And the local organizing committee is awesome and
Yeah,
makes
yeah.
us absolutely feel welcome here.
There's a variety of factors at play there,
Yeah.
which the schedule being one of them, but the ease of transportation and
Yeah.
flying, in particular for the West Coast crews,
Mm-hmm.
and how that looks to their budgets.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So that's a lot
So
of things
I mean
to
that's
consider.
sort of an advantage to Gainesville is it's near the Atlanta airport. The Ypsilanti course is near the Detroit airport.
Yeah.
You could
Indianapolis
is another one
has
yep.
8 lanes.
Yep.
Cincinnati. One of
Right,
the best
Lake
courses in
Harsha.
the country is in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, who knew, right?
Yeah, who knew? But that's a lovely course.
Yeah.
And
Well, it
then
held the MACRA for
many years.
many years. Yeah.
And then of course you have Camden on the East Coast. You have Mercer.
Yeah, but this is
That's
also
6 though.
yeah, but it's also so the same weekend right now we have the Eastern Sprints for the men on Sunday. We have
Yeah, all the NC2A
all the
women's
NC2A
league
women's
championships.
league championships are this weekend. Like
Yeah.
this is a big weekend for courses. So
Yeah. Well,
finding,
and you also the thing we haven't really talked about is the size.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a venue that can take. We have 2,016 competitors this year.
Yeah.
Last year we had 2,009.
so just
and-
by 7 people, like a bunch of
Yeah.
singles made
We
the
increased.
difference.
What happened is we do have a record number of entries, and this is
Yeah.
a record number of people. But there's more small boats
Yeah.
that people entered, and
Well, we were pointing out there were 9 heats of singles,
yeah, we have more men's eights.
Yeah.
We have
30 men's
just
eights
a
or something. Yeah.
little, just a few less women's eights.
Yeah.
And what they did is put more women into small boats, and
Oh.
that put the count up and hit the 400 mark for
Gotcha.
the first time ever.
So who
So a
knows?
place has to be able to
Yeah.
handle that many people.
Yeah,
you know.
and there's got to be hotels, and there's
And
got to be
hotels.
restaurants, and there's got to be all the
Yes.
other stuff, and then parents coming and all that sort of stuff. Although, the new course in Ford Lake put out by Eastern Michigan,
Which you were the first course coach of, and you know very well that body of water.
I was sent a little email from one of the people involved in that saying, Charlie, I just saw your name again when they looked out at the initial plans that were resubmitted from Eastern. It was still the same basic concept plan. I mean, it didn't change. It just took time to happen.
And this was almost 25 years ago.
25 years ago,
Yeah.
yeah, now. So a bunch of places that the rowing can happen as long as it's fair and as long as it's helpful, then more people will come. Again, this is sort of like, ACRA's been the quintessential build it and they will come. I remember 25 years ago, people sort of fearing that rowing was going to, particularly on the men's side, was just going to disappear somehow.
With the NC2A.
With the NC2A, and
Not
there
only
were
did it not disappear,
there
but
were very few programs. There still are very few programs at the IRA on the men's side that aren't over 100 years old.
right.
I mean, there are some, but very, very few. And there, I don't think Rutgers is here, and they
Right.
are an old program, but they are about the only old program that's here in that sense. And they're here because they lost their varsity status.
Yes. I mean,
Uh,
what
UCLA
happened at
and
Rutgers is
USC
essentially what
Yeah.
led
UCLA
to ACRA.
UCLA is an old program in that sense. They used to be a big time varsity program. USC was a big time varsity program, so we'll see what happens. But thank you, Greg, for all the work that you've done to build this regatta, and the other coaches. Anyone in particular you'd like to shout out for lots of good work so far?
I mean, but for sure the ACRA board. I mean, it's a great group of coaches, and I love our monthly meetings. And
So who's on the board right now, and what do they do?
so the West Coast rep is Peter Breivik from Washington State. Rachel Tuck from Wichita State is the Plains rep. John Miller, one of my former athletes who coaches Vanderbilt, is the South rep. Pete Roseberg. Michigan State is the Great Lakes rep. The Northeast rep is Doug Welling from Bowdoin, and then Frank Biller is the Mid-Atlantic rep
From
from
Virginia.
Virginia. And the executive board, Dan Walbin, is the president, and
He's from Bucknell.
and Scott Armstrong is the treasurer from
Minnesota.
yeah, and myself. And then, so it's a great group of, and it's always been that. It's always been the people who are most invested in the sport. We have resisted input from athletic administrators.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that.
Yeah, and I mean, as long as I'm here, I will always push for this to be a coach-run association.
And yeah, and student-run organizations and coach-run associations.
Correct. Yeah.
Great. So we're gonna start picking up here some women's
four
novice
racing.
fours. Thank you, Greg, and good
Thanks.
luck with your
and
racing
another
this
shout out
regatta.
to Bob Jogstetter and Sam Dempsey and Kyle Dowd.
Oh, yeah,
They
thanks
do
to
all
all of
their
our
work.
referees.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
guys. Yep.
Great.
Thank you. Coming into the last 500 meters of the women's novice 4 race, they came on with some heat off the starts. The leading crew right now, Texas, closely trailed by UC Santa Barbara, closely trailed by University of Cincinnati. A little bit off the pace is Central Florida, and then on the outside lanes, University of New Hampshire and Colorado State.
And this is a top 2 automatically advancing. So
Absolutely,
you're
yeah.
going to see some pushing up. In fact, it looks is that Cincinnati and the.
So Texas is up in the lead on the right side of
Yep.
the screen, and then
But who's in the red?
Cincy's pushing to get ahead of UC Santa Barbara.
That is
right now.
a great race with Cincy actually moving every stroke a little bit.
And
Santa
they're
Barbara
a little bit
trying
ahead
to answer.
now.
You can see that great shot there. They're just moving ahead Cincinnati. We'll see if Santa Barbara can answer or not. To a certain extent, it's who stays composed here. Santa Barbara's rating is higher, but it looks like Cincinnati is getting through. They're at like a 37.
Yeah, they're just getting a little bit more per stroke here. Cox is looking over to make sure that they're still ahead, but UCSB still digging their
UCSB
way
coming
back into it.
They're up at 39.5, and here they go, taking it back, moving back up in,
And I think
and a little bit better ranked up. And now they're just going in front.
because
This
and
is gonna
UCSB
be,
starting to take seats on Texas now.
Yeah,
And
and
like
Texas actually not responding too well to that.
that's a seat every 2 strokes.
Yeah, they're just feeling it coming. So UCSB really putting a great little sprint in here. Maybe they're going to get in front of Texas here.
I think they're going to. I mean, all they have against them is if they run out of buoys.
Yeah, but no, there they go, almost pulling even here, Santa Barbara. There go the Gauchos, and you can just see they're sitting up, they're pressing together, and there
And
they
they're
go,
up.
right in front. Oh, this is a great little move from Santa Barbara coming in here. You can see the 2 woman absolutely heaving her body, but it's moving. And now when you just get this ability to move the crew there, even though they're getting the blade stuck, they're just, oh, no! Oh, or no,
They're through the
it's
line.
across the line. No, not quite. That happened before the
boy.
line.
Well, the good thing about novice rung is you can dig the oar really deep and maybe pull up some of the river with you and still move pretty fast.
Still
So,
move, okay.
Um,
That was so exciting. UC Santa Barbara there, 831.8. Texas at 833. And Cincinnati at 839. So in the last 200 meters, that was 7 seconds that Santa Barbara went faster than Cincy.
That's fantastic. Brooke Downs, 3rd year as the head coach of that program. I'm sure very happy for her novice athletes right now. I'm sure the UCSB tent is screaming at the top of their lungs for their novice athletes. Texas just 2 seconds behind. Cincinnati, 8:39, 10 seconds ahead of Central Florida, and just a little bit ahead of New Hampshire.
At 9:06.
9:06, which rounds out that heat. And so it's top 2
Colorado State at
directly-
9:24.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Top 2 of that heat go right to a semifinal.
Yeah.
And then the next 6 fastest times. So University of Cincinnati, 8:39. We'll see if that remains. The
Still should do pretty well, but you never know. You got Orange Coast coming up. You got Florida State, Indiana with the first race coming up in this.
Fantastic.
Lafayette has had some really good racing. So they will be here in lane 2 in heat 2 with Florida State in lane 3. in lane 4, Indiana in 5, and Colorado in 6.
So look at that.
We will apologize for dispensing now with all the names of the lineups at this point. It just starts to be a lot of folks, but you can see the lineups if you click in on HereNow.com into their data. You can see
As long as they
the
put their lineups in.
As long as the lineups are set. If you have not put your lineup in yet, please do get it to the officials.
So that as the drone turns from what was the left side of your screen is now going to be
sounds like a soap opera.
Yeah.
As the drone turns.
The bottom of your screen. I believe that was lane 6 was left side of your screen and now bottom of your screen. So I believe that puts Indiana Bloomington at the top of their heat right now, and this is their first year here. First year in a while for active club.
As a club, yep.
Really excited to have them back to fill out that Big Ten region, and it's good, strong rowing here. This is a very calm, confident novice crew. Nothing hectic. Looks like they've had a lot of time together in this lineup and a lot of swing together. You can see those bodies, shoulders, and ribs laying back as far as they can from the knees as they extend the stroke as long as they can.
Yeah, and again, sort of interesting here. Indiana, long time Big Ten varsity women's program, and so interesting also that there's a club there now that's showing up, which is great to have them there. And it's again, rating not particularly high. Let's check. I think it's about a 31. Yeah, about 31. So nice and pressing. But when they're out in front, they just have to be in the top 2 to go through automatically.
The Lafayette crew that we're showing you right now is the next closest crew to them. Close enough that if they wanted to, they could make a move in the last 400 meters here. We just crossed the 1,500 meter mark and overtake the Indiana crew. We'll see if that is something that they want to do as part of their race plan.
They're racing higher, 35 and a half.
Yes. That's
36. You can see the Indiana crew back out here in the green boat here. Again, just nice rhythm coming out of the finish, not rushing up too much to try and get there. As again, we spin around, you can see there's about a length and a half, 2 lengths of open between them and Lafayette, and those two will go through. In third seems to be Colorado.
Yes.
And then behind Colorado, Georgia Tech. Again, sort of every crew in their own open water space. At this point, at 1,800 meters, just sort of pushing down again, having to put speed in, but not getting the same push as you've seen in some of the intensity of the racing in the last one, where you had Santa Barbara really pushing through 2 crews and making everyone go hard, and also maybe not go as efficiently as they might. But that's the type of thing
maybe not as efficiently, but
in getting these heats, you get that experience in your first row, so now you can clean it up for your second row.
Yeah, I think it's just 2 different approaches here. I think the time we're going to see from this Indiana and Lafayette crew are going to be competitively close to that was UCSB in Texas in the last race. It's just a different approach. They didn't have to grind for it. They established it early off the start, and the Cox is leading the way. Pretty clear that they don't hear many other crews or puddles around them, so they don't have to stress or adapt their race plan, and Stroke can see, yep, I see the whole field, especially from that middle lane. We got nothing to stress about.
And the times are going to be similar. So Santa Barbara went 8:31, and we're at 8:28 for Indiana. I tell you, HereNow.com and their timing is pretty amazing. The things pop up. You're seeing it live as it populates. So
right. So
great.
10. What was UCSB?
UCSB was 8:31.
Okay, so yeah, faster and
but
without having to race for it.
Lafayette at 8:40 would have been 4th.
Yeah.
In the other.
Wow,
Colorado
remarkable.
8:53. So a lot of time. Central Florida and Cincinnati looking pretty good now to move on. We'll find out sort of as we go. Georgia Tech comes across at 9:02. So we'll see.
Yeah, and so time to beat is still 8:39 for anybody that is trying to secure a spot in the semifinal that isn't automatically advancing there by earning top
And
two.
we have this third heat down at 4 minutes into the race already. They are on 7-minute centers. That was supposed to be a 10:36 race, and it's 10:38, and they're 4 minutes in. Again, if the crews are there and it's 2 minutes before the race time, the referees are perfectly correct to send them off.
They are.
So we're just a little bit ahead here in this Heat 3. In Lane 2, we have Rhode Island. Lane 3, we have Swanee, the College of the South. Lane 4, we have Orange Coast. Lane 5, Oklahoma State. Lane 6, Penn State. OCC, Orange Coast. Sorry, I said Oklahoma. I meant Orange Coast. OCC, interesting program. They are a junior college, so they get athletes for 2 years, freshman and sophomore year of college, and then a lot of their athletes go on to race at other fairly major programs across the country, which is great. But it means that they are, although this is a novice 4, that means that they will be in their freshman year, and it's fairly even at the varsity level. They have freshmen and sophomores racing against sometimes fifth-year seniors. So looks here like we have Orange Coast in leading, and then Oklahoma State in second, and they're looking to be at about 5:45 coming in. Well, they're coming into the 1500, and they're going to be a little bit over 6 minutes, and so about the same speed, probably mid 8 minutes time as they come in. There is a slight headwind here today.
I think it's cleaned up in the first 1500. Maybe a bit of a cross after the opening 250, and then just a slight headwind. Nothing hard to row against.
Nothing hard to row against, but enough just to slow you down a little bit.
Yeah. But if it's where the course is at, there's other much worse things they can throw up in your way. But I really like the flow from this OK State crew, really driving the legs down hard and fast off that front end. The 3-seat getting a lot of extra length. It looks like the length, though, out of the crew is very forward to the stern. It's not a lot of rotation yet. All these athletes, we understand them to be in their first year of rowing, first year of collegiate rowing. So those strokes are going to refine.
They're at about a 33 in Oklahoma State.
Yeah,
but Orange Coast.
It's a really good tap. There's a point where, a lot of novice athletes just think like higher rate, more power. At a certain point, you just got to hold on to a race pace. And trust that that's going to get you through. But I think kind of like that UCSB crew, they're taking the amount of meters per stroke is increasing later in this race. So I don't think they're going to overtake that OCC crew, but they are really stepping on it, making this an efficient row for their first row of the weekend.
Yeah, and the Orange Coast crew also, I'm willing to bet, 4 young women who've probably rowed a fair amount in high school in Southern California out of a bunch of all of those programs there. Oklahoma State, maybe they have some kids who rowed before, but very often it's they're going to be total novices. I mean, that's one of the other things that ACRA is able to do these days still is to bring kids into the sport, which is, that's how I started rowing. That's how you started rowing.
Yeah, it's remarkable where it's faded. Even so, in the New England region, the New England Rowing Championships, the NIRCs used to have novice 8s and novice 4s events, and that's faded. It's mostly just you go through the 8s and then you get to the 4s, and people are putting their frosh or their new rowers in the 4s event or the 5V. But it's different.
Well, there simply are more experienced high school rowers now than there were.
But it's a difference of walk-on culture versus
recruiting culture.
So really happy to see that retained here in ACRA. Orange Coast through the line at 8:18. OK State close by 8:24. So both of those faster.
8:18 and 8:24 both the fastest times of the morning.
That's really impressive to see. And that's going to
be a fairly big gap as a result. Also back to the third place crew.
Time to beat is actually 9:02 to make sure that you can get
Swanee at
above.
an 846. So
And URI
846, that would have
849.
put them third in either of the other two heats. So some parity, and 849. So coaches will now be counting. Where are we?
Yeah.
How do we get?
But it looks like those first 4 crews from that opening heat are all going to make it through. And so we're going to see really exciting racing for the
URI
semis.
849.350 and Central Florida 849.999. So, URI just getting in there under South Florida by almost nothing.
Yeah, hundredths of a second. That rounds out our women's Novice 4 for the morning. We'll see them again at their semifinal. And we're moving on to the men's Novice 4. 7 lanes for this one. From left to right on your screen, you are going to see lane 7. That is UC Santa Barbara. Then Boston College, their first race of the day. First time they've been back in, they missed last year, and they're back again. Penn State, UC Davis in the middle lanes. Grand Valley in lane 3, Texas over in lane 2, and on the right side of your screen is the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, Tar Heels.
And this is a big event. This is
big.
5 heats. The Frosh 4, as we still call it, even though it's technically a men's Novice 4, we can talk about the difference between Frosh or freshman rowing and novice rowing. Technically, this is novice rowing. You only have to be in your first year of college racing. You could be a senior. You could be a grad student and be in the Novice 4, but sort of historically it used to be a freshman event, and so it's often referred to as the Frosh in many programs. Novices and others, it's essentially the same idea, but this has always been a really hard event here at this this regatta, because you have some crews where it's their third freshman guys, so they have a freshman 8, a novice 8, a second novice 8,
right,
and then they're 4. And you have some schools where this is their top 4 guys.
Right.
No 8 at all.
And something that's important about that is that since this is student-run programs, and since novice and walk-on culture are such a big deal, some of these students, many of them probably started the year not thinking they'd commit themselves to an extracurricular as big as rowing is, and some of they started the year like, oh, I didn't think I'd have something to do after school ended.
Absolutely.
During graduation, all this stuff. So some schools might have that really big novice field, but not everybody's able to make it.
But, I mean, look at these programs. UNC in lane 1, Texas in lane 2, Grand Valley in lane 3, UC Davis in lane 4, Penn State in lane 5, Boston College in lane 6, and Santa Barbara in lane 7. Most of those programs are walk-on programs.
Most of them, yeah. And I think, all these programs, the depth of it is probably showing us that those freshman coaches talked to them in January or February saying, hey, you're still here, you're in this, you need to make plans to be here in May.
And we're going halfway across the country.
Yeah, because this is it's going to be worth staying on campus a little bit later. So however they did it, they are here. And it's a great race. I think that is the UC Davis crew up in the lead right now. And that is BC very close by in the second place spot.
The golden cross on the red.
And then I think that's going to be Grand Valley on the other side.
And then way far out is maybe either UCSB or Boston College.
Might be Penn State, actually, that's in that second
place.
Oh,
it's
spot
the other way.
here.
I'm looking the wrong way again. Could be Texas or UNC.
Mm-hmm.
But as you look from on top, a little bit of steering out there in lane 2 from Texas, now getting back on there. So you can see UNC just ahead of Texas. And then there was UC Davis, as you saw, Grand Valley out in.
I think Grand Valley's in second.
Yeah.
BC's in third right now. So this is top 2. Or is it top 2 or top 3? Go right
top
to the
3. It's
great
3, and then the next.
And then the next 3
times.
Go to semi. So 3's important here. BC is still duking it out with that Grand Valley crew. I think they want to put themselves in second for a good race of the morning and a better spot for their semifinal. We understand it's not the most important thing, but it's their first year, obviously their first year here as novice, and first year with new coach Max Ewing, who's been at the helm of the program, doing a great job up in there in New England. So long and strong, that UC Davis crew is really slapping it at the front end and attacking. Grand Valley's closing in on them a lot more than the image might look. They come across our vantage point. It's
and
only a pair of
Boston
buoys.
College making a nice move, very nice length in both of those two tracing crews. As they're under pressure, they're just rowing better, which is exactly what you try and teach.
That's what you
here.
hope for. UCSB is still in the mix of this all, and then Texas and UNC on the outside. Penn State just a little bit further behind the pace.
And again, it's going to be 5 heats. So the math is they're choosing 18 crews to move forward into semifinals, right? So there are going to be 3 semifinals of 6. There are 5 heats, so that's 15 out on position, and then only 3 crews out of all those other crews that are left, right? The other 15 crews or so, only 3 get to move forward.
Right.
Well, into the top level. Everyone moves forward. Everyone keeps
those
racing.
first 3 boats are in the red buoys. Everyone else is starting to find them. A really great. It's not a sprint yet, but a pickup in that UC Davis boat.
You just see gorgeous rowing there. The blades are just dropping right in, locked on right away. Desmond Stahl, their coach, was at UCSB for many years and made them a real sort of strong program. And you can see
there you go. That's the
rowing
line
happening there. Just gorgeous rowing there from Davis.
And I'm going to guess that we're going to – ooh, and I think BC just maybe ahead of Grand Valley. We're going to find out in a second.
Davis at a 7:19, not a bad time.
That's our time of the morning to set the stage. Grand
Valley
taking the second.
7:25.
Nicely
and BC
done.
7:28.
And I think that's going to be UCSB taking the 4th spot there. Oh, Texas ahead of them. All right, so time to reach is at least 7:33.
Yep.
To put yourself in, we'll find out just a minute what the time to beat is.
And the second heat already underway there. Florida State in lane 1, Long Beach in lane 2, Bucknell in 3, Vanderbilt in 4, Colorado in 5, Michigan State in 6, and New Hampshire in 7.
New Hampshire back again, first time in a minute for them to be back at ACRA.
And here they are 2 minutes into the race, and you still see overlap between 4 crews out in front and 5 and 6 not far off the match. So, again, 3 to try and get there. It looks right now like we have Bucknell leading, Vanderbilt up there, Colorado, and Michigan State all in that pile. Then Long Beach State and New Hampshire and Florida State sort of trailing. But looks like Bucknell pushing themselves out with Cox and Brendan C.
Yeah.
Sort of getting them out in front.
And
in
that's
these
what
fours,
we've
the
seen.
Coxswain can't see what's happening.
Yeah.
They're in
but
front,
that's
so.
what we've seen from Bucknell crews all morning. I expect that's what we're going to see the rest of today, the rest of this weekend, is really not aggressive starts where they're trying to get out there and hold on for dear life. Aggressive starts that they can just
not
execute.
out of control at all.
Yeah, execute.
Nothing out of control.
And push ahead. And I think it's probably a culmination of their season of racing that they're used to this. Because this is not a terribly high rate. They're pretty long. They've got the bucket. I love that. Let's explain the bucket a little bit later.
Everyone loves the bucket. 34 and a half there for Bucknell as they're now maybe getting bow to stern on Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt also very well coached. These are so Bucknell has a full-time coach. Vanderbilt may as well have a full-time coach, although he has other work and his wife would have it no other way. And they are Vanderbilt trying to move at a 37 here, really sort of pushing. This race is pretty interesting with Colorado also sort of up there. As they come around, you can see Vanderbilt starting to put a move into Bucknell here, maybe pulling even. And this is about 1,200 meters in. There are some genealogies of coaching
trees
in ACRA. And so what you're seeing right here in Vanderbilt, as Greg Hartsoff said, the head coach, John Miller, rode for us at Michigan. That is the Michigan race plan of this nice big second move at about 1200, really working for them as they're hauling down. Look at the power on those oars. You can just see the difference. This is just a great race at this point, and really giving it a shot. Alabama has had a coach for a while there who rode for me at UCSB. So I just got a text earlier from him today saying, yeah, Alabama rowing that training plan and the race plan that that you set up, and I passed that text over to Greg, and he laughed. So there are a bunch of us. Northwestern will race the Michigan plan. Then there are Virginia.
And you got Virginia, so Purdue,
he's now in Purdue, and so they have another way of racing. And then Bucknell has some guys who are coaching, so there are going to be these ways. But right now we have Vanderbilt having put a very, very nice extended long move to move from about a stern behind to about 3 or 4 seats up. The goal here isn't necessarily to break. You can if you want to, but we also have a response coming from Bucknell now, and they're pushing back up as we come 400 meters to go. It looks like they have just sort of called their sprint a little early. Again, 3 crews are going through. They don't have to kill themselves here, but it's so nice to race next to each other.
Yeah, they don't have to do that, and
they're going to anyway.
They're novice guys, like they just want to get after it. The novice women, same thing. They just want to get after it. They want to represent for their program. First time doing it at a national event, and the region's so spread out and so well structured in these heats that they're not seeded. But this is maybe the first time Bucknell and Vanderbilt have gotten to see each other. Probably
All
the first
spring.
time,
Yeah.
Colorado's gotten to see some other crews. Like, they're so excited to get after it. So,
and just a gorgeous move from that Bucknell crew. From the Vanderbilt crew.
I think they're a little bit ahead.
Bucknell tried to push back up into them, and Vanderbilt just said, maybe not. Sort of gathered themselves a little bit and is gone. And just gorgeous rowing in all of these boats, actually, particularly for walk-ons. The blades going in, hanging is nice. The press is nice, and they're just racing really hard. It's a great race. If this is what the heats are like, can you just imagine what those semifinals
it's
are going to be?
It's going to be fantastic.
So this is going to be 3 semifinals to get out, which means only the top 2 in each heat are going to make it to the A final, to the grand final.
Wow.
And that means that the racing will be spectacular.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, time-wise, 7:08 or so with maybe 10
Vanderbilt
strokes left
through
to
the
go.
line.
They're going to be the last one was a 7:19. Vanderbilt goes 7:11 with that great move through there. Bucknell is probably going to be 7:17 or so. And Davis went 7:19 in the last one. So these top 2 crews here out there, Colorado to 7:25, which would have put them second in the first heat, and here they're third. So I think we're just showing up to see why this is going to be such a great event. It doesn't mean that there's maybe not a crew sitting here in heats 3, 4, or 5. Maybe Lafayette, maybe Bowdoin, maybe Virginia that are particularly fast. We also have Army, West Point, coming back to the regatta for the first while in a bit. And so, maybe that's going to go in Heat 5. There's Notre Dame, who've been doing some pretty stuff, and also then again, Michigan and Vermont has had a great. So there's just some really good programs. And what you see in the 4 is the big schools and the small schools. This is where they cross. So the 4 is the big boat for some programs, and it's the small boat for some programs, and you're seeing that sort of crossover here. Also, we're starting to see the first 8s launch. I think that's probably the novice women's 8s. So we're moving up to some big programs coming down. If you look here at Heat 3, 2 minutes in, again, you're seeing some fairly close racing, but we have in Heat 2 we have we have Arizona State in lane 3 in Heat 3, Arizona State in lane 1, Tulane in 2, Lafayette in 3, Bowdoin in 4, Purdue in 5, and Chicago in 6.
So that's going to read from the right side of your screen to
Bowdoin
your left.
Up front.
Lafayette.
Oh, Lafayette up front. Sorry. and then
So yeah, Lafayette, Tulane, Arizona State.
and Arizona State sort of up in front, and then Purdue and Bowdoin, Chicago fairly tight. Those three crews, it looks like Chicago sort of at the back, but again, two good races. Lafayette, they don't have a freshman 8, do they? A novice 8?
I don't believe so. I think they usually focus on the 4s pairs.
These are their guys.
Yeah, these are their guys, and they're showing it. Early in the race, a little less than 1K in. Anything could happen with these other crews trailing, but this is
again
strong,
three to go through, and there's a open water break between 3 and 4. The only thing that might happen with time is that 3, 4, 5, and 6 are so tight together. If that starts to become a race, it could move them back in. But they're through the 1,000 or so at 3:45, getting halfway through the first half, and the lead 3 crews have sort of broken from each other and from the 4th place.
Yeah, first race in a while where it's just like all open water on those opening crews. Lafayette guys doing a great job, pushing themselves ahead. Tulane, I'm excited to see Tulane this weekend. I think the 8s I saw from them last spring are still, resonant in my mind. Just really impressed by that rowing. And Arizona State is here. It's some of the first rowing I've gotten to see from them this year. Just because it's really spread out in that southwest area. They're coming up on their program. This is 25th anniversary, founded in '02. So I'm sure these guys are really happy to be the new face of the new quarter century of rowing at ASU.
Absolutely. And Tulane coach has been there about 5 years now. He's also a professor in the business school, and he is a national team rower. He has international experience, both mostly now in the open water coastal rowing.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, coastal rowing is really expanding in competitive fashion. They've had a bunch more beach sprints events across the country, a big one being up in Boston last summer that attracted a lot of attention. Head of the Charles helped put it on.
But he's been doing a lot of work to really sort of get the rowing level up and to rebuild the program that was coached for a long time by Bob Jogstadter. And it's always a challenge in the sort of crossover to a new coach. Even one who rowed himself at Tulane sort of back in the day. I believe that is our first MPOCer coming down.
I believe so.
MPOCer, for those of you who are new, is a German boat manufacturer. Little yellow boats, we sometimes call them. Banana boats, they sometimes call them. They're very good. They're not necessarily better, although people will argue with me for saying this, than our regatta sponsor, Vespoli. Both boats can win, but they are certainly seen as fancier and more prestigious than any pretty much American boat maker.
They're made at a high quality, and I think
German engineering, yeah.
They retain shell speed, not longer, but it doesn't lose that stiffness as quickly, so you can hold on to it for a while, or you can get it from another program and be like, all right, this is still a really good shell. Another one that does that is our regatta sponsor, Vespoli. Those shells can last a long time, from being your top racing shell down to your...
They're an absolute great investment.
Great investment.
Vespoli's for club programs where you have to run... One, you want a top-end speedboat, and those really do it quite well, but you also need one that's going to not just sort of fall apart on you.
And they've established them at the head of the field, with the VHPs being one of the best shells out there you can get. And then every make and model you want, like you can get, I don't know if we say the D shells, E shells anymore, but stuff that works for your frosh and your newest athletes in the program, and it really fills out your boat house.
Lafayette threw in a 714, so sort of in line again with Vanderbilt in the others, but Tulane at a 727. So Lafayette really pushed away their Tulane 727, gets them through. Arizona State 734 gets them through. And right now, that Michigan State's Texas is 733 and UNC 738 are still the lead two times, next fastest times, along with a 741 from Michigan State. So they are right now still in place, but still 2 more heats to go, and some big names: Virginia, West Point, Michigan, Notre Dame, and some fast crews from Irvine, maybe from Vermont, who've done well in their own racing to have gotten into these places. So Purdue at an 8:07 there, 6th place in that novice 4. But Purdue has a very strong freshman 8 and a very strong second novice 8. So this is their 3F guys, their third novices. Guys,
And something
17 through 20 or so on their program, and they had a lightweight for it.
Yeah, they did.
They've had a quad. Maybe the quad had a freshman in it. You never know how those lower boats get made.
And I think what's also interesting, 5 heats for this event alone. From the first heat to the 5th heat, the conditions could change wildly. And it's not like
the wind has just settled down.
That's what I was going. It's not just like the clouds came in and a squall rolled through, and then it's gone. But the headwind that we saw on one of those heats, a little bit of crosswind that's been up there in the first 500, 750 meters, whenever that's gone, like that's going to produce a faster speed. So
even by a couple of seconds, right?
Yeah.
So you just have to go fast.
You got to go fast.
You just have to go fast, and then it's sort of the luck of the draw.
It's luck of the draw, and you don't need to read in super close. As long as you get your top 2, you don't need to read in super close. Oh, how many seconds were we off of this crew? Instead, you can trust, like, all right, we had that effort. We know what our margin was on the rest of the boats in our field. Let's bring that back to the semi. If you're lucky enough that you made the top 6 and your piece was good enough and the conditions didn't change quite so distinctly that you got the short
for
straw.
those of you who are language nerds, luck of the draw is an expression that comes from this sport, from who you drew at the Henley Regatta. In the draw, and it has to do here. So luck of the draw, rowing, there we go. So here we are with heat 4 of the men's novice 8. We have in lane 1 Western Washington, in lane 2 West Point, in lane 3 Virginia, in lane 4 George Mason, in lane 5 Indiana, and in lane 6 Tennessee. Indiana, sort of new program, and they are out there leading fairly nicely right now. Let's see where their rating is. At about a 32 or so. Really sort of have this race under control. In second from Indiana is going to be West Point, it seems, and then a real good race between Virginia and Western Washington for that 3rd place. But this Indiana crew, nice and long. Again, a bucket, Eddie, which you love, and we all love. Who doesn't love a bucket? And so this Indiana crew, what do we know about them coming back as a program here?
It is Coach Andrew Leonard, right? That is at the helm of the program, who's been around for a long while and has a history of building up programs. I think he was the freshman coach at Michigan State for a while. I think I'm missing the thread. I'm going to get it in the broadcast.
They
notes.
were out in he was out in Oklahoma. His wife is
so he started the Oklahoma State program, who are still here, still repping really hard in the 8s and in the small boats, and now
his wife was a petroleum engineer or something like that.
And now
they're at
went back
Indiana.
to Indiana Bloomington, who've had club programs in the past, but this one I think is like 2023 is really the
it's a resurgent. I mean, really in some ways a totally new program.
And athletes are just saying they're really proud of this program. I think the identity of rowing in Indiana right now is at an all-time high. So this is riding the wave. So really excited to see how those
Also, bucket hats. I
Oh
mean,
my
they
God.
already have some. They already have some style.
bucket hats, bucket rig,
Very nice
in
bucket
the
hat, bucket
pocock.
rig, and the pocock.
Yeah, and also another one of these novice crews, long, strong. They're not hectic. They're not rushed. They're not so excited that they're getting in their own way. These guys look like they got some big frames, and they just
I
need
was
to
gonna
sit
say they look
and
like there are
haul.
some big athletes in that bucket. 3 in particular, just sort of tall. And you can tell from the blade work they're still novice-y. Mostly not so much how it's going into, but how the feathers the feather is coming out and is a little bit Yankee. That's just a skill that you develop with time, and in the first year,
Right,
it's
you have to
never
refine
always
it.
totally smooth. It takes refinement, but that doesn't mean the boat's not moving very, very nicely out in front there from Indiana.
And I believe
really
that's
good
Western
job.
Washington. That's the next closest crew
Yes.
out of there with the
Yep.
pink visors. Also a little bit of swag. Out of Bellingham, Washington, I think they had a really good year at Wyra's, which is the
Weira.
West
Weira, yep.
sorry, East Coast guy here. Western
I had to
Intercollegiate
learn.
Rowing Association. A lot of proud alums of that program. Usually a good showing here, and then at the women's side at the D2 level. But not the same long, strong that Indiana has, but a really
A very smooth, efficient
smooth,
rowing
aggressive
out of that,
quickness.
out of that Western Washington
I think
crew.
just from my vantage point from the shore, a little bit leaner, but a lot meaner in their stroke style.
Yeah, and a big gap back to third place, which now seems to be Virginia, having moved into the third place to move up on that. Again, Frank Biller's cruise, rowing pretty well. Little bit of sky up there in the bow, but again, Frank's got Virginia has a very, very solid first novice and second novice eights in front of these guys. So that's the third boat, and it makes sense why they don't have the same horsepower that the best 4 guys out of an Indiana or a Western Washington would have.
Yeah, but Indiana again with Coach Leonard's kind of history of building up
They
programs.
go through in 7:28,
Great work.
and so actually a sort of slower heat there.
The wind picked up just a little bit. It's not.
Maybe.
It's one that they can feel more than we
Yep.
can see in the
But
on
it
the
doesn't
water.
speak well for the crews that will be
Chasing,
in fourth,
right.
advancing very well. 7:36 for Western Washington. It'll be Virginia through next, we think, at a 7:58. Yeah, so that means 8 minutes for Tennessee. So these crews are right now, if you with this headwind having come up a little bit, you've got to be able to go fast. You're going to want to qualify in this 5th heat out of the placement rather than time, most likely. And in the 5th heat, we have Central Florida in lane 1. Sorry, turned my pages the wrong way.
Heat 5, we've got from left to right VCU Club, Michigan Rowing Association, UC Irvine, Vermont, Notre Dame. First time we see Notre Dame this weekend, and Central Florida. So I see Vermont. I see Notre Dame's crew with that distinct Kelly Green, and it looks like Central Florida is just a bit up on the field, and then Vermont and Michigan also up in that top 3 spot, kind of every other. Right now, am I reading it there? Yeah, left to right.
Yep.
Lane 6, VCU just a little bit behind the pace.
So it seems from up top, sort of hard to see. It would be up in the lead there. Probably Central Florida.
Yeah.
And then Vermont, Michigan putting a move on Notre Dame. I'm sure that their coxswains in both of those boats will be asking for that right now. Those programs having a very nice rivalry.
Yeah.
Going back a little way. and in more than just rowing.
Yeah.
Um, the two best academic schools, perhaps in the Midwest, in the big schools. Although
I'll let
Notre
you
Dame
say
is of
that.
course not a state school,
Mhm.
and living in their own world. So some very nice racing going here. This again also being Michigan's third novice guys. I believe also Notre Dame's third novice guys. So it's sort of a great race here as we come alongside. The buoys are lined up, but you're seeing them at an angle here. So you can, if you read the sort of slant of the buoys to the right there, each slanted line is connected up. Here comes Notre Dame putting a move on Michigan, though. Notre Dame at 35, Michigan at also 35. The guys can see, the coxswains can't see so much from being up in the bow there. That's going to be a heck of a race between Virginia and Michigan. Virginia looking a little punchier right now about trying to get there, but Michigan matching speed at a slightly lower rating,
At
which
a
in
slightly
some
lower.
ways is where you want to be because you have some place to go, and Michigan is about in the point where they like to take a move. But Virginia racy for sure and trying to get back in there. Notre Dame, sorry, racy and trying to get back in there. Meanwhile, the top two crews sort of out in front fairly nicely, that being
Central Florida and Vermont.
Central Florida and Vermont. If Michigan can manage to get up into Vermont a little bit as they're taking a move here, taking some seats on Notre Dame, that will pull that crew along.
I
but
think Michigan's going to separate themselves from Notre Dame here.
Michigan is putting a move on right now.
Yeah,
and
you can
could
see they have a gear.
It was one seat and now it's five. And their bow ball is coming actually into Vermont here. So again, just sort of seeing different racing styles. If Vermont was, we got to get out, we got to go, and who knows how they're choosing to finish this out. But I'd be careful of seeing the race behind me to go there. This Vermont crew at about 32 and a half. So the Michigan crew could close on them. Michigan now going open water ahead of Vermont with this move at a 36. In the meantime, we have out in front Central Florida just really sort of nice and under control at 36.
I love the
Let's Go Blue from the shore.
Sure, but the Central Florida, the float back up to the catch that they have is really
nice
smooth. It shows why they don't need to bring the rate up super high because they have so much control on the run. They're essentially letting the boat kind of pull back to them so it doesn't – a boat's going to lose speed when the oar's out of the water, but it's not losing that speed, right? It's not slowing down. It's just a little bit of a break from the next propulsion. So really nice length here there in the red buoys
there, and Michigan showing that they have some speed there. Probably, freshman coach, novice coach associate head coach, Todd Gokin will probably talk to them a little bit later about just getting out a little bit more effectively so that they're up next to crews. Because now it does actually look like, having sat there a little bit, Vermont is trying to pick it up, but they're catching little diggers, trying to get back in as they go into their sprint. But it doesn't. It looks like they've also sort of taken a move to break Michigan out there. I don't know. Hard to tell at this point. But anyway, those three clearly to move on. Central Florida goes a 740, and Vermont 745, and Michigan a 748. So
okay, so I think the conditions are slowing down times. Yeah,
we went from a 711 to a 740 in the winning times, and I don't think that that's all just boat speed. So
I will say that Vanderbilt crew that did set the 711 was pretty impressive, but still.
As was the Lafayette in 714.
But still, I don't think it's 30 seconds.
Tulane and Arizona State in Heat 3, 727, 734, faster than that Central Florida crew. Colorado faster than that Central Florida crew in third in the other, and then in Heat 1, they went 719, 725, 728, 733, 738, 740. That's 6 crews faster than the first place in the fifth heat.
So yeah, that's I'm sure UCF's gonna hop off the water and be like, no, we're not that far off those other crews, and they're gonna bring it back in the semis. But that closes out our men's novice coxed fours for
Great
the morning.
event, man. Great
That's
event.
going to be a lot to sort out in who makes it to the semifinal and who moves right to the C&D final. But it's probably already up on Here Now. If you are just joining us, Here Now is the reason you're watching. They are here helming the live stream, the live results, and gave us the opportunity to broadcast on behalf of the regatta. So thanks for joining us at the ACRA National Championship at Oak Ridge Rowing Association on Mountain Lake. It's a beautiful Friday morning. And we have the women's coxless 4, also known as the straight 4, coming down. This is a race for lane situation because it is the only heat of this event. So it is 6 crews in, therefore we don't need more than 2 heats. And instead of separating it out into 2 3-boat heats, there's no need to do that, right? We know there's enough lanes for all of them to go to their grand final. So now we're going to see who's seated at the highest. It is not to my knowledge if any of these crews have raced in this lineup or really this shell yet this year. Not a lot of crews train or race the coxless 4, but this is a good event to fill out some of these crews. Yeah, I think outside of Sewanee, most of these crews are fielding 8s, coxed 4s, and other sweep boats. So from the left side of your screen to the right, you have lane 6, Illinois. To their right, Vanderbilt, Sewanee, University of the South in the middle, Tulane from New Orleans, and then Colorado State and Michigan State out there on the right side. And that should be Vanderbilt, John Miller's crews, in lane 5, putting an early stamp on their speed. I think second place is just barely held on by Sewanee, and third place from Michigan State right now, but that is up to anyone. So without a coxswain, the bow seat is likely the person steering the boat, maybe with a little bit of tow steering attached to the shell, to help make sure that crew moves quickly. Kind of like a pair, it's a lot of pressure steering, but that thing can get moving pretty fast, so you don't want to leave it all up to pressure steering and steer your way off of the course. We'll hear them as they come by the tent and then the tower. Maybe they're making some calls from the bow seat. Maybe they gave that responsibility to another rower in the boat so they can just focus on steering. But a lot of really well managed races so far. All these crews are well past the 1K mark, about 15-30 seconds away from reaching the 1,500 meter mark to close in on the last quarter of their race. Vanderbilt still with a really dominant lead on the field and a long, strong, powerful stroke. A lot of rotation out of those athletes to maximize their length in the boat and then through the water. Very well done there. And I think it's still going to be that Sewanee crew, of which, from my experience, I think that's their first sweep boat I've seen so far of the morning from them. They're usually out and out through the sculling shell, so happy to see them up in a team boat, getting more events per the weekend. And yeah, they've carved out a really nice second place for themselves, third place being that crew, I believe from Colorado State. Yeah, across the way. This vantage point, not too many oars to see. So we're going off the lanes. Good swing, good send in that Sewanee shell. A little bit more upright as they come to the finish, but getting a good amount of send after they release those blades. And whole crew, as they're in that middle lane, they can see the whole field around them. So I think they're staying really aggressive to make sure nobody walks in closes in more than 2 buoys apart from them, but nothing so much that they need to try and push themselves up to catch the lead crew. Fight for third, for the third best lane of the final event, is starting to really close in. This Illinois crew coming up on the next two around them. C-State staying a little bit too long in the middle, so that I think the Tulane crew has moved up on them. Yeah, the Illinois bow woman looking over to see the whole lineup next to them, and I think they're really aggressive. They're trying to make this move, get a really good race in. There's no semi to check in on this race plan again, so you got to make sure your race plan that you want to bring to the grand final, or at least the framework of it, is going to work for you. And right now it's working for them as they walk their way through the next two crews across from them. But really diligent, not looking their head out of the boat, not getting too reactive, rowing their own race, handling the course very well. Almost all but one crew in the red buoys to mark their last 250 meters of the event, and if anyone's going to sprint, they're going to sprint now. Illinois not quite sprinting, just building up the pressure, making a nice move to keep their bow ball in as many seats as they can ahead of the next crew over. And that's one crew through the line. So Vandy is setting the stage for 8:22 for the first women's Coxed 4 and the best lane of the afternoon. I'm sorry, of their grand final. Sewanee coming in just a little bit after them, and in Illinois shortly taking that third place spot. There you go. 5 out of the 6 crews from that event through the line. Last crew, I believe that is the Colorado State crew, wrapping up their morning, taking in lane 6 for their grand final. Men's lightweight varsity 4 is on the course. Clean start and a lot of overlap in these crews. This is going to be a very tight event if this first 500 meters shows us anything. From the left side to the right side of your screen, you have a 7-lane event. Georgia over on the left side, Clemson nearby, Bowdoin, Arizona State, University of Connecticut, Michigan State, and then Bucknell in lane 1. And hard to say who's really ahead. It might be Clemson. It might be UConn. This is going to be, it might be Bucknell. That would make a lot of sense. That's how they've been doing a lot of their racing to start this weekend. But yeah, about Bucknell, UConn, and maybe that Clemson crew in the third place spot. Strong showing from Arizona State right now in the middle of the event, but quite the good mix-up here. Almost to the 1K mark for these crews. And a pretty aggressive send and stance from all these crews. The progression for this one is going to go top 2 of 2 heats are going to head to the grand final, and the next 2 fastest times, which, if this heat of the event shows us anything, is going to be a very hard margin to achieve. There you go, all crews looking like they're through the 1K marker and pushing away. Bucknell is starting to expand their lead over there in the first lane. UConn trying to extend themselves ahead of Michigan State there. And Clemson, I don't think they're in their own race right now, but that Cox is far enough away from the other lead crews and far enough away of the closest lanes to them that they might just feel like they're doing their own piece right now until push comes to shove. So really well done in this first 1250 from all three of these boats.
So Bucknell just sort of nicely pushing out there again. Lightweight rowing, college rowing. None of these are lightweight programs, as we said, with the light frosh fours. So these are sort of guys probably at Bucknell in the 4V or something like that, who just happen to be light. Not to diminish lightweight identity in any way, shape, or form, and how you identify is absolutely valid, and we support that in all cases. But really sort of very nice moving. What the advantage in some ways that you get at this point in being from a bigger program is that these guys have been pushing against a heavy four. They've been pushing against a novice 8. They've been pushing against a 2F.
And pushing
in practice, and
because Bucknell's cut like 5/8 deep or something, and as whatever I hear from guys on the team right now, alums, the coaches, it's this tight cohesion in which everyone wants push
the
each
whole
other,
program to
right?
go
Bottom of the
fast,
roster, the top of the roster are really doing whatever they can. They're not like, hey, I'm faster, I'm going to push myself away. It's like, we want you to do your best too, right? Whether it's the 8s for most of the spring, or when they break down into because it is only 3 varsity 8s here, and then if you field boats beyond the 3v8, you got to break them up into 4s, into doubles, and small boats, and they want the best. And they've been showing that the last couple of years here, because this is also going to play into their team points. So
and Bucknell here at 33, maybe 34, but really efficient, just moving away, even at this lower rating. Again, sort of in these lightweight 4s here, it's the top 2 to go out. So, and the next 2 fastest times. And so you'll see this crew here trying to get themselves back up on that crew. I think that was from that was the Bucknell crew that we saw from up top, just sort of pushing away. And then next to them, Yukon in second. But coming up close there is, I believe, Clemson. Again, trying to sort of get back on terms is the British expression. Back on terms with them.
But they're still in that top 3. So they should be trying to get the fastest time they can.
Well, they have to, because it's only 2 who go out automatically, right? So there's the blue and white of Connecticut. Or is that Bowdoin?
Nope, this is Connecticut.
No, that's Connecticut, yep.
And I think they're Rowan and Michelle, the Semperbon, named after their longtime coach, Marissa Semperbon, who moved on a couple years ago to different career, but brought this team to some pretty high heights, making it to the grand final in the 8, I think that was 2019?
Yep,
yeah.
That's about right.
And, okay, great. We got 3 of those 4s through the line. See what time sets the standard for this lightweight varsity 4 event.
No time showing yet.
Yeah, all good.
But yeah, those the Yukon blades and the Bowdoin blades are
very similar.
Just blue and black.
That checker, that four-side checker.
Four-side check. Yeah, so that sometimes you got to sort of see where we are. The second heat, the drone is flying back up to see where we will be in the second heat while we wait for some results on heat 1. There they are. Bucknell 721, Yukon 732, Clemson 737. So 737 right now is the time for the next fastest time. In this next heat of lightweight 4s, we have Vermont, Fordham, Michigan, Chico State, Georgia Tech, and Santa Barbara. And looks like Chico State out in front there. Also sort of new program. I don't think
They were here last year for sure. I think they're just building up their full year programming and racing.
Gotcha. And so Chico State with Georgia Tech in second and Michigan in third. It looks like this Chico State crew out pretty assertively, aggressively, in laying down some nice power up at about a 36. Again, another bucket. You can see Georgia Tech in with their yellow blades right there, and then right below them will be Michigan in third. Again, trying to be in the top two to go through into the A final, the grand final. Very nice, little bit of a send power in that finish, so that means they're keeping the blade locked, but they're doing it without throwing the backs or anything. They're swinging hard, but they're not just letting the boat go. And Georgia Tech. A sort of medium-sized program in some ways, sometimes small, but they end up racing the fours here a lot. And here's a lightweight four again. So time here for Michigan if they were to put a move, but that's a pretty big gap
Pretty big
to
gap.
try and fill out at that point. Michigan clearly and easily in third. So they're just going to be in some ways now going after time as quickly as they can. They need to be faster than a 7:43 to make the A final, the grand final there. But they are closing a little bit, maybe getting their bow ball. No, that was just angle. Very sort of these three crews out in front. You can see the eights going back up to the start. We're about to see some of the big boys and girls as it is.
Right.
Here we come in on
Vermont.
On Vermont, really pushing quite nicely. No, that is Vermont. Yeah.
Yeah, really long. I mean, lightweight guys, they got to use every length of their frame that they can, since they don't have the weight to really throw back on it that some of the open weight guys do. Mandated, right? They have to weigh in when they get here. You can't say, "Hey, I'm 160."
So I'm sorry, that was Vermont in second.
Yes.
That whole time, not Georgia Tech. I was reading it going the wrong way, but it is still Michigan in third. I believe I would be stripped of my advanced degrees if I misidentified.
Yeah, your friends
the
will stop
Michigan.
talking to you.
Exactly.
And Fordham up in a really strong lead. They've been showing out really well in the lightweight events so far. They're lightweight novice with a similar margin on their field, and now they're lightweight varsity 4, really well coached.
Saw them training the other day on the water, and it was some very, very nice rowing, and you can see it here showing up in the racing. It looks like there is some moves happening, a good race happening over there between Georgia Tech and Santa Barbara. But these top three crews fairly well established. Again, at 6:03 coming in here, Michigan has to be to move forward. Michigan has to be faster than a 7:43, and ideally faster than a 7:37. So I think that
We'll
it's going
see.
to be close.
We'll see. There's a charge up here from UCSB to try and overtake Georgia Tech. Chico State a little bit behind the speed there. Really long in that lightweight shell from UCSB. Those guys are getting out there, hands well over the gunnel, maybe almost out over the pin, and really getting a stretch out of it. But it's taking a toll on them too. It's a lot of effort this late in the race to kind of find and dig in that extra depth in the well. So they're going to make the most of it. Fortunately, it's really nice conditions all morning, so no one's in this position where they've been sitting out there in the sun getting overcooked before they need to perform. So really tight race.
Bucknell went 7:21 in the first heat, and with a
Fordham?
11-second victory over UConn. So we'll see what happens here. It's going to be similar-ish time. There's the finish line right there. So I think that was about the same time. Probably bodes well. Yep, 7:23 for Fordham, and so will be closer. Vermont 7:30, and Michigan will be faster than the 7:43 that they would need to go through. 7:36, so they're actually faster than Clemson.
Nicely done.
So it looks like it will be Clemson and Michigan going on into the final, into the grand final, with Fordham and Vermont there, and with Bucknell and UConn from the first heat.
That rounds out our fours for the morning.
It does.
Until we get to the heavy varsity fours, and we are about to see our first eights of the weekend.
Yep, and
which
what
excites
we're
us
going
to
to have
no
here is the second novice eights, heat 1, and then
what's the progression here?
I believe that there is only one heat. This is actually a race for lanes. There are 6 crews in it, and then we'll go on to the women's novice 8. So this race for lanes from the second novice 8, Minnesota, Virginia, Michigan, Purdue, Orange Coast, and UCLA. So 2 East Coast crews, 3 Midwest crews, and Virginia from the 3 Midwest crews, and then Virginia from the East Coast. UCLA on the right side, Orange Coast next to them. Purdue back a little bit. It looks like Michigan and Virginia having a battle. I'm sorry, I'm reading this the wrong way. Yet again, looks like Orange Coast and Purdue having a race there. Michigan a little bit back. Virginia up in third. And Minnesota trailing UCLA maybe 2 seats up on Michigan. And the real race out in front right now is between Purdue and Orange Coast. Orange Coast's been having a pretty good year this year. Purdue is really sort of very in here with a focus on trying to not only win events but win point trophy. They won it 2 years ago. Michigan came back and took, and that was the first time any crew on the men's side but Michigan had won the team points trophy. So Purdue very focused on getting that back in, which is great. But you can see the white tanks with the orange stripe, that is Orange Coast, and they're putting a very, very nice move here on Purdue. Then Virginia sitting, it looks like, in third right now. Great race going here between Orange Coast and Purdue. So a sort of interesting little thing here. Like, you have about the same speed as the other crew. You're going to see each other in the final. This is just a race for lanes. It sort of doesn't matter what lane you're in. This is a very fair regatta. You want to be next to people. At the same time, both these crews, I don't think, have really been pushed all spring. They've been winning easily. So now they're actually next to someone. It's sort of like fun. And they haven't seen each other. They just don't know where they are relative to each other.
So the way I think it's going to go down, it's going to be great if they hold these 1 and 2 spots. That's awesome. And they're going to have a really good discussion with their coach when they get off the water. It's like, okay, good to see. We're 1 seat.
Yeah, but do you hold? Are you sort of really trying? You're also, though, not digging in and just making it really go.
We're 1 seat ahead. We're 1 seat behind. That's good to know. Do we feel like that was our maximum effort, 101%, or do we feel like that was 100, 0.1? So they know. Okay.
You can see it. You can see, though. There goes Purdue. Purdue's like, I think we're gonna do some going, and they're getting answered.
And then
You know
there's
what,
just team
there's-
culture about that.
There's just like they're 18-year-old college athletes, and they're like, we're gonna go.
Yeah, and they want to rep for their team. Like they're the young guys. They're gonna see their
Yeah.
varsity eights 1 through 3
So
do well.
Purdue's putting a move on there. Virginia out in the middle, and then there's this great race between UCLA and Michigan. UCLA looking longer and lopier. Michigan just getting the blade in and
Right.
going and getting themselves up in front, putting a move on. So again, here's another place where you don't know how the coaches have told their crews to go out. You could have one coach saying, just hold your rating, just go, and the other crew saying, we're going to get up in front. But a great race up in here again. It looks like Orange Coast has come back to move forward a little bit on Purdue. You can see that's a pretty tall set of guys for
look
a
at
second novice eight
5-man.
there. And Orange Coast now just saying, no, we're going to move. So at this point, there's also a little bit of sort of psychological work that you're doing on the other crew. Because if Purdue is going hard here and Orange Coast just moved on them as they did just there, are they sort of winning the grand final now? Not necessarily physically,
Mentally,
but
right.
mentally. Yeah.
And yeah, both of these programs are going to see the rest of their eights do well this weekend, unless there's a huge surprise. They don't want to be the only crew out there that's not in position to, get the best lane for the afternoon. So yeah, 6:45 for the opening time for second
And
novice
6:47 for Purdue. And we were talking to the Orange Coast crew, the Orange Coast coach yesterday, sort of asking him again, as we've been asking a lot of people about how they're thinking about this progression, all that sort of stuff. And he said, I said, so how's your varsity eight? Because again, they're young, right? They're freshmen, sophomores. And so Orange Coast crew speed varies, not greatly, but he can go from having a great year to having just a good year in one year, because he doesn't have some fifth-year senior who's been in the boat for 4 years, who how that's going, right? And he said, well, if we race really well, I think we can beat Purdue or give them a real stretch, or maybe we don't. So the varsity guys are watching this race going, all right, we won the 2F.
Yeah.
That's good for us. Sort of like,
because OCC is another one of
there.
those programs that's always up there pretty high in the team points conversation.
So well coached, really good athletes. Some of the best athletes from Southern California. Junior programs who just need a year or two academically before they go to Cal, before they go to Washington, before they go to, some of the other major programs in the country.
It would be great if there was more junior colleges that could take on something like that. So it's great for a region like that. And we got the women's novice 8 up and underway. Is this a multi?
Women's novice 8, there are 2 heats here.
Okay, so this is not a race for lanes.
This is the top 2 go, and then the next 2 times overall. In lane 7, we have Vermont. Lane 6, we have Georgia. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, Purdue. Lane 3, Grand Valley. Lane 2, Irvine. And lane 1, Chicago. Many, many, many races in the novice, in the women's side, in novice and varsity, over the years between Grand Valley and Purdue and Santa Barbara. Like, those 3 programs, in some ways, for many years, have been the dominant women's programs. They're not anymore necessarily. We'll be seeing some other crews in the next heat as well, who also sort of coming up, and then Vanderbilt not rowing a novice women's 8.
Interesting.
Here. They've, I think, moved them up all into the varsity, but you can see how tight this racing is. They're still in their start sequence, or just coming down to their base now at about 1:40 into the race. Again, the 8s have been seeded.
Yes.
This is now a difference, where there has been a coach's poll, or people have looked at it. So this should have the second and third seeds, and the 5th and 6th seeds, I believe. And so it's 1, and then 2 and 3 are together, then 4 and 5 are together.
And then anybody who's
6
joining
and 7
us
are together.
for the first time at Oak Ridge, higher seated crews are in the middle lanes.
Yes, there's no sort of wind disadvantage. Sometimes you'll have crews seated from the side. That's the Mike Tatey rule, as we call it, from Worcester, Massachusetts, where, to be blunt, and you trained on this water up in Worcester.
Yes.
In college, it's just not fair between lane 1 and lane 6. Here, you're fair. That's one of the great things about this course. If it's crappy, it's equally crappy.
Right.
The wind doesn't tend, even if the wind comes at a cross, no one is protected very
But part
much.
of what's important to share about that is you're going to see for this and all the eights the rest of the day, you're going to see a lot of the chevron. It's going to be upside down from this vantage point, but those crews in the middle typically are going to be up ahead early in the race or the whole race because that's where the fastest crews
and that's what we're seeing is Santa Barbara maybe a seat over Purdue, maybe Purdue a seat over Santa Barbara. It's hard to tell. They're both just maybe 2 seats, 3 seats up on Grand Valley, and it is the progression will be 2 and 2, so the top 2 go automatically, and then 2 times. So there's going to be some races. We're coming into around the 1,000-meter mark, not quite. You can see a little bit of move here by Purdue to get in front of Santa Barbara, and Grand Valley 3 or 4 seats behind that. Then it looks like open water.
Well, it's open water, but it's not that chevron
huge,
that I was saying anything about, because that would be, first crew is up first, the next 2 crews, and then back in lanes 1 and 7 are way back. But we're not seeing that. Chicago and Vermont are really holding on, pushing that next crew over with them, which we're going to see is probably going to bring them back into the mix for at least 3rd or 4th fastest times in this heat. And I'm really excited to see how that looks. They're all past the 1K, not quite to the 1250 mark yet. Purdue is still looking long and strong. That's just the identity of their run right now. But I'm really excited to see what this Vermont crew and then Chicago. I don't think I saw a novice 8 from them last year, so I'm really excited to see them in this event to see what that novice 8 looks like. Because I think we've seen a couple crews, maybe novice crews from Chicago already. So this would most likely be their top 8 novice women.
I'm assuming. And we have Purdue at 35.
That's a long 35.
And they are, and 36 and a half for Grand Valley. Purdue making just a nice move there. They're just about to break open water. One of the sort of things you often try and teach kids in racing early is to not sit on a bow ball, to break some open water. Just emotionally and psychologically, it creates some space for you. And very often you'll see when a crew gets into that position, and they have just opened up right there. You can see it on your screen. All of a sudden, the crew just lengthens out a little bit more, and you can see that happening in the Purdue crew right now. They're like, okay, we've done it. We can breathe, and then magically they get faster.
Well, yeah,
because they're more efficient.
It's not the stress. It's all right. I'm gonna put this card down, and if it works, I'm good. If not, what do we do with our race plan?
But if they had just done that earlier, it would have happened sooner.
Yeah. But it's a good spot to be in. We're in the last quarter of the race here. We're all those top 3 crews through the 1,500-meter marks. The next 4 are working their way in. Vermont looking like they're holding on to that 4th place spot right now. And then on the other side, you see Irvine, Chicago, and Georgia all even enough to not call it.
You see Santa Barbara rowing very nicely here and pushing back up into Grand Valley a little bit. Purdue has established themselves as the
open water leader,
victor.
But I think that UCSB boat has bow ball on the stroke seat of the Grand Valley Laker State.
It's not going to be enough to get back in and choose that 2nd place unless Grand Valley falls apart.
No, but
they just don't look like
they're going to want to hold that so that they have as best shot as possible.
And using it, absolutely. But very nice blade work out of that UCSB crew. The
Definitely
just going right down in.
Where do they row? What body of water?
Lake Cachuma. Cachuma, which is actually so a couple of years ago when there was drought in Central California and Southern California, I guess technically Santa Barbara, Southern California, the lake was at 9% and they had to
Depth,
carry
right.
the boats. They had to carry 9% full, so they had to carry the boats a mile down from the boathouse
That's
to the
remarkable.
dock, and a mile back up after practice. And then the heavens opened, and all of a sudden the water was within 20 feet of the boathouse. So they put up a lot in Santa Barbara to be able to row, and the rowing is gorgeous. They also have to go up and over the mountain to get from the beach
Right,
of Santa
right.
Barbara to, which is just it's just a gorgeous place to
That's
live.
cool. And yeah, they chewed back into Grand Valley. Did not do
Yeah,
enough
but not
to.
enough. So 743 for Purdue, very nice. And Grand Valley 748. That's not bad. And I think you're going to see UCSB at like 750 is my guess.
There you
Yep,
go.
750.4.
So
they moved back in a little bit very nicely there. And here's the second heat getting started as well as the results come up for the rest of Heat 1. And this will be Irvine in lane 7 to your right, Illinois in 6, Bowdoin in 5, Clemson in 4, Oregon in 3, Liberty in 2, and West Point in 1. This Illinois crew has had some very good results early on in the year, and they seem to be up in the front alongside Bowdoin and Oregon. Clemson not too far back. Liberty in touch as well. Irvine still in there. Now we're a minute in, right? So people are still in there. And it's only Army that has sort of, one, having some steering issues in the speed, but sort of hanging back a little bit.
I wonder if
looks
that's
like
a win
Oregon
that's.
maybe coming up.
I wonder if that's a win that's messing with the steering, because it's just happened in two different crews, and maybe they are novice, so maybe it's just the excitement and the extra power. But that's a lot of extra steering to add on.
I think as you come down out of that sprint into your base, you often just sort of can't handle what's going on sometimes.
I guess, yeah.
That West Point stuff, that's Cox an issue, or severe power imbalance.
Yeah, that's a surprise. It's three different crews that have just had a little bit of an issue there, so something to keep an eye out. But this is not
so
a Chevron. This is almost dead even with six
crews across, and you're going to see how their base is like. It does look like right now Oregon and Bowdoin are getting out there, and Bowdoin has had some really nice racing the last couple of years.
Oh, absolutely.
From their women's side, and now Illinois steering a little bit. So maybe there is some crosswind up there that is just catching people a little bit to go. Illinois, some
probably
very
once
good novices, but then also some fairly small women in that boat too. It's sort of a mix.
Probably once the trees kind of fade away in a minute and some of the wind can come around. But West Point's doing a great job over in lane 1. Not, they're up even with a bunch of other crews, but also unaffected by what's happening in the middle of the river. So they're also very disciplined. They are holding on and doing a good job with that.
And again, I need to apologize. I was reading the lanes backwards.
Your heat sheet.
Our sheets are exactly opposite from what's happening there. So we have right now Bowdoin.
Bowdoin's in the lead. You've had that right.
And then we have Oregon and Illinois actually pushing up into third with West Point in the outside. It's been Irvine who's been back
and
there.
And that's their B boat. They have 2 women's novice 8, and I don't believe there's a women's novice 8 category. Is that right? Second novice 8 category.
Yeah,
so this is their 2F.
So they have a 2F. Okay, that makes more sense here.
I think there's something wrong with their steering, so I hope everything's working out for them better.
Very nice move here from Bowdoin out front. And you have Oregon also up there, Illinois rowing very nicely and maybe still in contention for a little bit of second, but also West Point on the far side. If nothing else, that the women of Army are in very good shape.
Oh, 100%. and clearly look, this is great rowing that we have right in front of us right now with this side view, because the strokes are almost identical from Bowdoin and from Oregon over there. Is that Clemson or Oregon? Let me look at the oars. There you go, Oregon. It's starting to fade off a little bit, but they were at the same rate, same length of the rhythm, and both attacking. So it's cool to see those crews inside. I love this front end of the Bowdoin crew. It is strong. They are picking up the shell
And a bucket in 7 and 6,
and
I will point out.
sending it along. Yeah, the 6 and 7 crew members of that Bowdoin
I wish we were a
shell are
little
just
further out to be able to read where that Illinois bow is relative to West Point. I think West Point has been moving out, but it's sort of hard to tell. And there comes Illinois. But again, it's 2 and 2.
the
and
time to catch I think is 7:30 is 7:50. Time to catch from the fastest third place crew of that other boat of that other.
it was an 7:50 for UC Santa Barbara, but an 8:09 for Vermont in the
Right.
last one. So,
so time
there's
to
some space.
yeah, and but it's just the next two. Oh, it's 3 through, right?
No, it's 2 and 2.
2 and 2.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. So because there is no semifinal, straight to grand final.
Straight to
Thank
grand
you.
final.
I'm catching up.
With these smaller events, 12 crews, there's
Right.
no need for a semifinal. This is a semifinal, essentially.
So really, time to catch is if you can go faster than 8:09.
West Point putting a nice move up there on the outside to sort of come up and maybe get into Oregon a little bit.
Yeah.
Oregon moving back nicely into Bowdoin. Again, sort of where you put your energy. Very nice move happening right now for Oregon to see if they can, if nothing
Very
else.
clean, and they've definitely got the rate up at least 2 beats higher than Bowdoin. Army's still charging along as they would, but it's just like the strength of the Bowdoin crew. That's one of their biggest factors to keep them ahead, because there's just so much leverage that they're picking up on that front end that even if they're a rate lower, they're moving at more meters per stroke, and they were under 6 minutes coming through the 1,500 meter mark, so that's a good indicator that they should be finishing this around the same 7:43, 7:50 mark.
Yep, and
of the last
Illinois
event.
and Clemson in a good race there. Clemson maybe getting a seat up on Illinois, really sort of to try and get up there. So that's going to put probably both of those crews into the B
in
final.
the B final, right?
But definitely people racing hard in both crews. You can see that going. So we're just going to be able to see if West Point is able to get up and get enough speed in to make the final, or whether that's going to
Red buoys are here. Bowdoin, I think, is going to hold on to their lead. That Oregon Ducks move did carve in a couple seats on that lead crew, but I don't think it's enough to get ahead, and it's not necessary.
Immaterial. It's immaterial anyway. I mean, yes, it's nice for all sorts of reasons, but it doesn't change the progression.
Well done, Coxon, giving them their last few instructions before they hit the line.
They're at 7:37, 7:38. So, again, it's a
Nicely
7:50 was UC Santa Barbara.
7:38, faster time in that
7:40
heat.
for Oregon. So it looks like maybe West Point's going to do pretty well. 7:46, that'll put them in. Illinois across the line.
All
Clemson,
right.
7:54.
So
it'll
UCSB
be
hangs on.
UC Santa Barbara into the final. Yep.
And Vermont's going to be the second fastest crew moving into that B final, but we'll see what that is when they actually line up against their competition. Liberty through the line at 8:10.
Yep.
Interesting change in the winds here. A little bit of a head cross.
And it's
quartering.
shifting. It's shifting from one heat to the other, and then it dies down, and then it comes back up, and it dies down. So the last 3 races of this morning before we take a break are going to be one of the most exciting events at this regatta every year, which is the men's novice 8, freshman 8. The women's novice 8, I think, is going to be exciting as well. But these men's novice 8s here, again, this is seeded. We know where they're almost 2.5 minutes into the race, and Virginia is out in front. In lane 6, you have Cincinnati. Lane 5, Delaware. Lane 4, Virginia. Lane 3, Washington State. Lane 2, Irvine. And lane 1, Connecticut. And you seem to have actually Washington. Yep, Virginia, sorry, in lane 4, up on Washington State.
Yeah.
Washington State, a little bit up over Irvine, and then Delaware in 4th. We have Cincinnati and Connecticut really training. Cincinnati still in there, Connecticut sort of a little bit back. Again, this Virginia freshman crew, novice crew, has had a very, very successful season, and just been pretty dominant in their racing. So interesting to see here, the East Coast West Coast comparison with Washington State up there, and then Irvine pushing a little bit as well, to try and get in there. So again, this will be 2 plus the next 6 fastest times over 3. So the top 2 go forward, and that's going into a 3. That's 2 semifinals. Sorry, for the AB semifinals.
2 plus 6. Top 2 plus next 6.
So that's 3
Interesting.
heats. 3 heats of 2 is 6, and then another 6 is 12.
I guess the math works.
The maths. It's sort of crazy. Virginia putting a very nice move here, coming in now at about 12:50, 4:20 into it or so. That's not a bad little time here at all. Here's the Virginia crew. You can see pretty jacked set of guys in that boat.
Those do not look like novice athletes. They look like they've been training a
For a
long
while.
time in build, in stroke, in composure.
Very
Really
nice
good stuff by
direct
them.
catches going in, the legs pushing well. And
Yeah, I think we're
some
going to see
nice-
that same
some
thing
nice,
from Wash State.
Yeah, some nice spacing for their rating, which is about 35. So
That's a long
that's just
35.
That's just a crew out in front knowing what they need to do. You're not seeing their top end speed here.
No,
They've
and
just
they don't
gotten
need to
out in
show
front, and they're just going to sit and watch it. They know that the semifinals in this event are going to be
Make or break.
deathly tomorrow.
And the Cougs out of Pullman are barely a set of buoys away from them with that open water, and they're also looking
they are
long
so long.
and confident.
Look at that.
I don't know how they keep. I mean, it's a big state, but every year it's just
It's
big guys out of that
It's
program.
36, and it looks like 33.
That's fantastic.
I mean, that's just how much control and how they are through it. So those two very clearly and easily out in front, with Irvine sort of
Irvine's
sitting in
making a move,
third.
though. They're really
Irvine
going to try
needs
and
to,
close
Irvine
that gap.
again, there are 6 spots rather than 2 spots, but you still want to make sure you have some speed in place. And then Delaware, Cincinnati, a little bit back, and Connecticut figuring out what's going on still.
I like the stroke out of Cincinnati. I think it's probably just going to come down to ergs and training, right? You got to be lucky if you have Frank Biller and his staff as your coaches. It just gives you a bit of a leg up. But I really like the stroke out of Cincinnati.
There are recruited kids in both of those boats.
Sure,
there, for
yeah.
sure. And who knows what Cincinnati has or doesn't have in terms of.
But really, just want to make a mark there that when I was talking about form and composure of that lead crew, they have that composure too. The rate's a little bit higher. They're aggressive,
and they're
but
across the lane, probably 6:35 or so. 6:30. 6:30 with a head race.
That's good to see.
That's good. 6:33 for
All
Washington
right.
State.
So time to catch is going to be under 6:40. From that UC
6:48. No,
6:48.
I thought it was a large
Okay.
break. So
time to catch is that, and then time to beat is going to be a bit of a gap from UConn.
well, remember there are 6 of them, so there's a lot of open space there still. 6:53. Here we have the second heat coming up. URI, Rhode Island in lane 1, Long Beach State in lane 2, UCLA in 3. Orange Coast in 4, Rutgers in 5, Michigan State in 6. Now, you know that Orange Coast and UCLA have been seeing each other
A lot.
multiple times all spring.
Great to see Long
And
Beach State
they-
here with the novice
And
eight.
they ended up here, but this is a seeded event. So they didn't take region into account
No.
here. This is straight up coaches seeding, and then it gets laid out. So one race has the 3 and 4 seeds, one has the 2 and 5 seeds, and one has the 1 and 6 seeds in their heats. the way that they circle seed this. And the number 1 seed is Purdue, which we'll be seeing in the next heat, and Michigan and Minnesota are the 6 and 7 seeds, so they end up here. In some ways, this one with the 2nd and the 5th seeds, this is the most spread out
Right.
of the heats in terms of the internal seeds. So you have 2, 5, 8, and 11 as the sort of people in here. So it should be about there. A little bit of interesting steering. I think what we're seeing there is wind.
Yep, I think it's the breeze.
And just sort of catches the bow and push it around, and then the coxswains get there fairly close. We have
OCC out front,
OCC
and
out
then
front,
UCLA
and
tight.
UCLA in second.
I think that's Long Beach State is the next crew
Long
up.
Beach
That's
is
really
up
great.
over Rutgers, and then Michigan State sort of hanging in there still with Rhode Island still, and with Michigan State trailing a little bit. So
That's
very
right.
nice
That's right.
move here from Orange Coast over UCLA. Again, just look at you can see just a little bit of difference of the tightness of the rowing, the synchronicity of the rowing in that Orange Coast crew is just gorgeous. And the UCLA boat is rowing well, but you can just look how every little bit of swing back up into the catch. Maybe it's just the white blades versus the blue blades, but you can just see
Well,
the
you can
white
see it in the
blades
puddles
really,
too.
and you can just see an amount of synchronicity in that Orange Coast crew that's just gorgeous. And the UCLA is rowing well, but it's just slight. The difference there is just a slight bit of micro matching.
We'll see what happens. They're all through the 1K, not quite to the 1250. We'll see what happens when the red buoys show up, and if they still have this overlap. Who really wants to empty the tank? Again, they're in position to make that AB semifinal right off of this heat. So
Orange Coast up at a 38. They're not going.
38. Oh my God. Great work by Long Beach State here.
38.5 now.
Who the other two crews from California have opened
UCLA
up
at
on
a 35. So Orange Coast very definitely trying to make it. And if UCLA right now is sitting at 35 and is still moving on them, that's actually looks good. Yeah. So Orange Coast 37.5 still. And so part of what we were seeing in that was also just the aggressive swing up to get that rating. 35.5 for UCLA. Again, Orange Coast, you want to break that bow ball, but
you don't want to break yourself.
UCLA is hanging in and making them go to do that. Rutgers coming up into third here.
Possibly. LB State might still have a little bit of a leg on them.
I don't think so. I think it's Rutgers by about 4 seats now. But we'll see when they come in front of us, as they are coming right past where we sit. We finally have Orange Coast having broken open.
It's
a gorgeous set of rowing. They're up at 39. They're running their plan here, so they see what it is.
The 7-man is just shoveling coal into the fire to really fuel the boat. He is going deep.
And UCLA has gone up a little bit now too. You have Rutgers now almost bow to stern on
Long Beach State.
Long Beach, and
Great
Rutgers
move by
at
the
36.
Scarlet Knights out of there.
Rutgers, one of the longest storied programs in the country, and having had to, as UCLA did many years ago, more recently Rutgers had to sort of move into being a club program from being a varsity. So that's been, but Steve Wagner, known with great affection by everyone as Pops. He is one of the Hall of Fame awardees for ACRA this year, and we can't wait to celebrate him tomorrow afternoon.
Well deserved.
That's going to be broadcast live, by the way.
It will be.
So if
you could tune in,
you have the Rutgers alums. You should spread the word that you come and see Pops get given a great award for
OCC 626.
626 for Orange Coast, and that
just
puts
a little bit ahead.
630 was Virginia,
Yeah,
but the ratings were up there.
6:32 UCLA.
Yep. So 6:32 was in between Virginia and Washington State.
And then Rutgers 6:43,
which puts them ahead of Irvine.
Yeah, faster than third place time.
But there are 6 spots to be found.
Long Beach ties the third place time from the last heat.
6:48. Yep.
So, in good company, and that will be the Michigan State crew next through the line, and then URI. URI through the line, and then Michigan State.
It doesn't seem that that the conditions have been slowing down right now.
No, and yeah, we talked about that a lot for everyone who's been with us since 7:15. I know most of you have been.
Because what else would you do with a good Friday
on a Friday
morning?
at work?
You're sitting at work. You're watching your kid. You're pretending to be doing your spreadsheets. But no,
those races where
and we
it's
love you for it.
5 heats across. Yeah, you can expect a lot of variability. 3 heats, hopefully not so much. There always can be.
So we're going up to Heat 3, and it looks like there was a start that got called back because the crews are up there and stopped. So that's interesting. We'll have to find, maybe we can get some information on what's going back there. The crews should be spinning, yep, and they're going back up.
Yeah,
to
they
the
heard
start.
this is the last race before the lunch break, and they thought that meant they got a lunch break too.
Yes.
But that's
Here
not
we
the
are.
case. We got to give it to the rest.
So it will be interesting to see. Yeah, they very definitely had a start that's being called back, and it looks like Georgia didn't get very far off of the starting block. So perhaps something happened there, and Georgia stopped, and everyone else was sort of up there. Rule is very simple. There's what is called a breakage zone here of 100 meters, and if you're in the first 100 meters and you have breakage in the boat, you can stop, and they bring the whole race back. So there's less breakage these days, because of the equipment being better than back in the day when things were wood and individually done pieces of metal work to make that right. So things could break and seats would jump. The engineering is so much better, but that is the rule. So the crews will come back, and we will see. That's going to take just maybe a little bit, but so here's who we have in this last heat of the morning before we take a lunch break. In lane 1 is UMass. They are all the way to your right. In lane 2 is Fordham. Lane 3, Michigan. Lane 4, Purdue. Lane 5, Minnesota. And lane 6, Georgia. Michigan, Purdue, and Minnesota have seen each other all spring. And Purdue has been the dominant freshman crew, maybe over Virginia, maybe over Orange Coast. We don't know. That's why it's seeded the way that it is. And Michigan has beaten Minnesota. So that's why, but not by much. So that's where on the varsity crews, actually, Minnesota has been beating Michigan. They've done it twice this year so far. So they're going to get themselves back and lined up. The referees will check whatever, or will have already checked what's happening. You do get a false start in rowing. You can.
That's allowed.
It's allowed. So and the false start would only be assessed on the crew if they stopped and there was no good reason for them to stop. But we're assuming, without having seen it, that was Georgia just from where they were. Crews have to go back.
Yeah, since they're already back in the blocks, it must have been
they were back. And so now the other crews are getting sort of close. They're spinning again, and then they'll back into space. The coxswains are having to sort of work together to see where they're going to go. That's Michigan in lane 3, sort of not yet spun. That coxswain getting a little closer. Purdue spinning out there, and Minnesota spinning out will have further to back in. Really doesn't make any difference. It's just you can, if you've never seen, and these are novice boats, so perhaps there are parents out there who've never really had a chance to really see how this all works, or grandparents, or someone's best friend, or their romantic interest watching for the first time. This is what it looks like before a race. It sort of looks like a bunch of drunk spiders trying to get themselves in some sort of reasonable order. And the one thing about when you're backing up is that the coxswain can't actually steer. The steering mechanism doesn't work, so it's only one directional. It's only designed to go for when you're going forward. So it's actually the rowers who have to get themselves back in there in some ways. There are stake boat holders, so the people on the starting dock often are. This is starting dock holders, but often they're out there in little boats. So they've caught the boats, and that's now the crews are sort of getting locked in. We're just waiting for Minnesota to get on the dock. Once they're locked on, it's the responsibility of the coxswain and the crew to be ready to go.
Right.
And since they've already had one start, it's not like there's going to be a whole lot that they have to do. So you'll already see now that the coxswains, all of a sudden, magically, everything that was this sort of mishmash of geometries is now locked into just something that's very sort of grid-like here.
On the straight and narrow.
On the straight and narrow, and everyone is trying to get a good point down there. Does it look to you like they're set a little bit to the right of those lanes?
I hadn't thought of that.
They don't look centered in the lanes.
Interesting.
That's fascinating. Maybe it's just the angle. It could just be the angle of the drone, because they're not quite sitting completely square with.
It might be the angle, because it looks like crew. That's crew 6. It's kind of the main line of sight we have. They look like they're down the middle.
Yeah, it's sort of hard to just trying to. Yep. I mean, they're basically.
It would be funny to give
anyway.
Novice an off-centered start.
Well, everyone is
given,
just to see what
given
happens.
The steering.
Hopefully that they're all pulling to starboard.
We've seen from some other novice coxswains.
So now they're back in there, and the referees will be probably polling them again to make sure that they're ready. And there's no reason. So there are a bunch of different ways that you can call the start depending on the conditions. But interestingly, the wind has completely set down.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. And across the whole course, you can see it on the water there. You can almost see the boat's reflection, and
it's also just cold enough here that we can feel when the wind comes.
Right,
just on
right.
on our arms here.
But yeah, I can almost see like the entire course all the way down.
See the
And
there they go.
Race so nice, we had to start it twice. We are off the blocks from left to right. You're going to have Georgia,
and
Minnesota.
You can see what was happening before as Georgia's doing it again. They're pulling into another crew.
And
we'll see. And they managed to get it under control.
And they're almost out of the breakage zone. So here we go. Minnesota to their left, Purdue in the middle.
As they hit those yellow buoys, breakage zone is over.
Fordham is on that second to last lane on the right, and UMass out of Amherst is on the far right side of your screen. No chevron yet, but it looks like Purdue and Michigan are going to push
Purdue
ahead
showing
early.
Why they've been rowing well. They've gotten up and out 3 or 4 seats already, still in the sequence, the starting sequence. Michigan and Minnesota actually, I think, look pretty even. Michigan maybe a seat or 2 up on Minnesota. Minnesota having some steering issues there. And just as they're coming down into their base to have to do that, but they're still right up with Michigan. So you can see now crews shifting down. Georgia again having some steering issues, and we hope that there they go. They get it back under control. On the far side, Fordham and UMass falling back a little bit off the pace. Interestingly, for all of that steering, Georgia is still up in the race.
Yeah, they're doing really well.
Which is like, okay,
good on them.
Here you go. So they've rowed an extra 20 or 30 meters at this point. Looks like Michigan is going with Purdue and getting out in front of Minnesota. Minnesota steering also a little serpentine there. but I think that there's still good connection between Minnesota and Michigan. Michigan maybe 2 or 3 seats up. Purdue very definitely easily out in front. You can see very nice loping rhythm there, and they're at about 37 and just pulling away. Michigan 3 or 4 seats up on Minnesota. They're at about a 35, 36. Minnesota here, very nice and controlled, also 34. So that's maybe a little low as a race, but these three, you can just see Purdue, they're out of there. And it's only 2.5 minutes in.
You said what was the rate for Purdue? 33.
No, they were about 35.
Oh, okay, but still a lot lower than the 2 California
36.
crews we just saw.
Yeah.
Michigan, this is barely their maximum speed. We know we're going to see something big after that. Good showing so far from Minnesota. I'm sure Fordham is up.
Michigan at 37. Looking a little short and rushed around the front end, Todd. Keep them long. But they're moving, and they still
there you go. Fordham is holding on to
getting
Minnesota,
a length up,
and UMass is holding on to Fordham right
Yep.
there. Just maybe a seat up, maybe a deck. I'm sure these two Northeast crews are very happy to see themselves overlapping with Minnesota in that way.
Minnesota at 36, but Michigan now almost with a length on them, and I'm sure coming in right now at about they're in the middle of a nice move. But Purdue just look at that rowing, very nice. There's a little bucket 2-3 there for you.
That's great.
And they're now down out at 34, 35, just pushing through the water very, very nicely, very strong. Some kids in that boat from recruited from all over the Midwest, actually, and it's Purdue's a great place to go if you want to do engineering and rowing, as is Michigan.
As is Michigan.
But those two out in front, just sort of looking now fairly unbothered in a pretty good way. Michigan.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's tapping it up to 39 here.
No. I think content to just take the space and go through in those two crews.
But really excited to see what's going to happen here with Fordham, UMass, and then Minnesota when we see them back on the screen. A lot of maroon, because I think they're going to put themselves in the conversation to really cruise into that next 6 set of times and really carve out an A-B semifinal chance for themselves. Fordham doing a really great job being long. We saw their lightweight, I believe their lightweight novice 4 or one of their novice 4s earlier today, really dominating their field. And I'm sure this is still their top 8 guys who are still hanging on. Only a deck of lead Minnesota over Fordham. So I think they're probably going to make a step up to put in the fastest time. Really well rowed so far from Georgia. Nice aggressive long stroke. A little bit lost in the swing to the send, but aggressive. I'm sure they're happy to be out here in the mix of the race and get a full race in after that issue in the first time through. Minnesota looks to be stepping it up here. Some really tall, long guys in that boat. They don't have to bring right up super high to get a little bit extra sand.
Purdue, as you can see just now on the screen, just very relaxed. The 6th seat sort of looking over at Michigan, making sure that everything's under control. Michigan looking pretty relaxed, a little bit higher than Purdue. Missing a little tiny bit of water, but giving it a good run down the course with them and hanging closer to Purdue than they have. I think Purdue's matching, just sort of marking them a little bit.
I think Fordham separated themselves away from the next 2 crews. I think still hoping to pass Minnesota, and Georgia I think is charging their way into the 5th place spot. So everyone is in the red buoys now, last 250 to go. I don't think Purdue's going to open up any kind of sprint, nor is Michigan. I think they're going to hold their position.
But as you see in a seeded event now, we've seen the center 2 crews come in each heat. So 6:21.
Slight breeze picked up after we talked about it.
We
changed
said it
everything.
not being there.
Through the line, 6:23 though. 6:23, fastest time of the event. 6:28 from Michigan.
For Michigan, which would have put them second. They've won the Virginia heat and second behind Orange Coast in the other heat.
Minnesota asserts themselves into the
6:38.
AB final.
Yep.
Fordham asserts themselves into the semifinal. Georgia is going to look for a chance. But, possibly, okay, UMass at 650 and Georgia, but they're hoping that they squeeze their way in. Ooh, that is a 0.2 of a second separation.
There you go.
Between them all. So that wraps up our racing for the morning. Our refs, our officials are on their way in to grab lunch, as they certainly deserve.
We would welcome you to join us for some varsity events.
At 1:45, starting with the women's varsity 4.
So get yourself some lunch, take a little siesta.
Get yourself some Gatorade.
All that stuff. Yes, Gatorade is a sponsor of this regatta, and we are glad to have them on board. So thank you very much, Gatorade, and thank you, Vespoli. And we will see you this afternoon.